Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the FSA September board meeting. And I'm pleased that we're able to hold this meeting today in Peterborough. We've no apologies at all from board members, and all of our directors are here with us in person. So that's great to have everyone round the table. There are a few changes in the executive that I'd like to mention. I'm delighted to welcome Katie Pettifer as the FSA's Chief Executive. As you're aware, since our last meeting, Emily Miles announced that she was leaving the FSA, and Katie's been appointed as the interim Chief Exec while the campaign's conducted to appoint Emily's successor. On behalf of the board, I really want to put on record our thanks to Emily for her commitment to the FSA and the board during her 5-year tenure, and I'll say a little bit more about that in my report. I should also mention that James Robinson, who's the FSA's General Counsel, is now going to join us for board meetings, and today James is actually joining us on Zoom, so welcome, James. The other thing I want to note before we start is that we've had a large number of questions from members of the public and stakeholders in advance of this meeting, which relate to papers on today's agenda, in particular the paper on achieving business compliance, as well as a few questions about the report from the Director in Wales and the local authority performance papers, amongst others. All of these questions, as board members know, were circulated to you on Monday. They've also been published on our website, so anybody who's watching this meeting can access those questions now. And board members or the executive may well refer to these in the discussions. I'm sure we'll touch on many of the points that were raised and hopefully answer some of the questions and concerns. But regardless of any discussion that we may have, as usual, we will issue a written answer to every question, and that will form part of the record of the board meeting. I should note that in addition to those specific questions to the board, I have also received some correspondence on the ABC, Achieving Business Compliance paper, from a number of interested parties, including the Association of Chief Environmental Health Officers and the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health. I've also received a letter from Dr. Paul Turner and Claire Miles on the precautionary allergen paper. Those correspondents will receive responses in due course, but they'll be treated as correspondence rather than questions to the board, though I'll obviously make board members aware of that later. So with that background to today's meeting, I'm going to move on, as we usually do to start these meetings, by asking whether there are any board members who have new external interest to declare. And Hayley, I think you have one.
I do, thank you, Chair. I've been appointed as the Chief Executive of the Royal Association of British Dairy Farmers, so I've added that to my list of declarations, although I don't start the post until mid-November.
Thank you, Hayley. And you and I had a quick look at the agenda today. I don't think there are any items of direct relevance, so very happy for you to continue to participate in the discussions. There are other papers today which touch on interests which have been previously declared, and I think it'd be helpful if people just said that now. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Susan. The science paper today makes reference to official control laboratories, and as colleagues know, I am responsible for one of those, the laboratory in Kent.
Justin?
Yeah, the paper related to local authority performance. Obviously, I'm currently employed by Birmingham City Council. Like Hayley, though, I also am moving to a new role in October as Regional Director for Public Health for the southwest of England. But I don't feel that presents a conflict for the papers currently. I will be stepping down from the board as well.
Okay, thank you both. Anything else to declare today? So I've just asked board members to keep those declarations in mind when we come to those papers, and for Mark and Justin really to stay out of any direct comment on those areas in which they might be conflicted. Okay. Can I also ask, before we get going, whether there are any items of other business that people want to add onto the agenda today? Okay, that's good. It's always good to know what's in front of you. So we will turn now to the main items on the agenda and start by reviewing the minutes from the last board meeting, which was the one we held in June in North Wales. So are board members content that these are an accurate reflection of that meeting? Lots of nods around the table, thank you. So turning now to the actions arising from the previous meetings, I was actually pleased to note that most of these actions are complete. Just a couple of points to note. We asked for a report on the BTOM implementation, and I've agreed with officials that it would be sensible, rather than having that in December, as we provisionally suggested, is we'll delay that till March. That means we'll have a full year of the early implementation, and I think that will give us, given it's been a phased implementation, I think that will be a better opportunity to review where we've got to. The second one is also a delay, which is following our discussion on foodborne disease in March. Officials were going to come back with a paper on threshold levels. That really hinges on getting data from UK FSA and having time to analyse that information and develop some options. So having looked at the timelines for those things, again with officials, I've agreed that we'll move that follow-up paper to March rather than December. But I just want to assure board members they've not been lost or forgotten. It's been an active decision just to delay that, really, so we can have a more useful conversation when it comes back to the board. So with those preliminary comments, is there anything else anybody wants to raise on any of the actions that were identified at the last meeting, or any of the responses to them? Okay. So moving on then from that, the next item up is my report to the board. So I want to start with an update on some changes to the board, and first on my own position. As announced yesterday by the Department of Health and Social Care, my tenure as the FSA chair has been extended again, but I'm pleased to say that following sort of very constructive conversations with ministers, I hope to be able to update on the longer term position at our next board meeting. So apologies for the delay in that. I am really sorry to report, as you've already heard, that two board members, Hayley and Justin, have submitted their resignations and will leave the board at the end of September. So Justin Varney is stepping down to take up a new role as Regional Director of Public Health for the South West of England. It's a great move for Justin, and I know that, well, I'm hoping that he's going to use the knowledge he's gained of the FSA to really strengthen our links with public health nationally and regionally from his new role. As you've heard, Hayley steps down, having accepted a new job as CEO of the Royal Association of British Dairy Farmers. It's an exciting opportunity for Hayley as well, I know, and one where I hope that she will be able to build more constructive relationships with more relationships. It's not a group that we've had a huge amount of contact with in the past, but I hope we can develop that. So really, on behalf of the board, I just want to thank both Justin and Hayley for their contributions over the last 2 years. It's unfortunately been too short a tenure, but we've benefited both from your technical knowledge and insights, but also, I think, from the challenge that you've both brought to our scrutiny role in different areas of our work. I must say I'm feeling slightly anxious that we might get some rather piercing questions to future board meetings from you both, but we'll jump that fence when we get to it. We've already been carrying a couple of vacancies on the board, and so with Justin and Hayley's news, that means that we will be going out to recruit 4 new board members this autumn. So I'd encourage anyone who's here observing the board today, or perhaps watching us online, to have a think whether they themselves or whether anybody they know may have the suitable sort of experience and skills that they could bring to the FSA as a board member. Please do look out for that advert, which will go on our website in due course. Some other more sort of housekeeping arrangements on the board, just because of these shifts in board members. I just want to note that Fiona Gately has moved from being a member of the Business Committee to become a member of the ARAC, and as of July, and that Mark has kindly agreed to serve on ARAC as well as continuing on the Business Committee pending the recruitment of new board members. That's really just to ensure that we have sufficient board members on both committees to be able to adequately scrutinise the full breadth of work. So that's quite a lot of rather administrative housekeeping type things. So I'm just going to pause there for a moment in case anybody has any questions on those arrangements. Okay, if not, I'll move on to a more regular update. And as usual, my engagements since the last board meeting have been published on the website. No surprise that this period has really been dominated by the election and the arrival of a new government in Westminster, and I'm really pleased to have already had very constructive conversations with new ministers who've been interested to hear more about the FSA and our work. Since taking office, this government's been working to reset the relationship with our European counterparts, and they've been clear about their ambition to improve trade and investment relationships with the EU, including seeking to negotiate a veterinary or an SPS agreement. And that obviously has very significant implications for our work. There are a range of options for what that might involve, and we really don't have a clear signal at this stage. But what I would say is that both officials and I have been working with others in government to understand what the potential impacts might be and to ensure that any future arrangements absolutely protect public health and uphold consumer interests in relation to food, particularly where it concerns food safety and food standards. So we're watching, engaging where we can, and I'm quite sure that there'll be things to update you on at the next board meeting and thereafter. The board and I did have a helpful discussion with officials yesterday and in very headline terms discussed some of the FSA priorities for such an agreement. It was really good to get the board's very general steer on what we wanted, and I feel confident that I can provide any guidance to officials as needed in the interim before our December meeting if things move faster than we had expected. And I'll obviously update you formally as we go along, and I'll update you formally at the next meeting, but I'll update board members in our regular weekly briefings. It's not just England where things have been happening. In Wales, of course, we have a new First Minister and there's been a reshuffle of cabinet responsibilities. I was pleased to meet with Hugh Oranka-Davies, the Deputy First Minister with cabinet responsibilities for agriculture, and also with Jane Bryant, the Cabinet Secretary for Housing, Local Government and Planning, when I was at the Royal Welsh Show with Rhiannon Haywood, our board member for Wales. We were also able to meet with Minister Bryant subsequently to discuss how the FSA works with local authorities in Wales, and that was a really helpful conversation to understand her priorities. I have to say I really welcome the interest that all of these new ministers are taking in our work, and I'm looking forward to meeting Minister Murphy, who will be the FSA sponsor in Wales this autumn. The Royal Welsh Show was probably was the highlight of engagements over the last period. It's always a fantastic opportunity to meet with stakeholders in the farming community, but also with industry and many stakeholder and academic groups. On this occasion, I was, especially pleased to talk to Derek Walker, who's the Commissioner for Future Generations, and we discussed the importance of both healthier and more sustainable food for the future of both people and the planet. Going to the Royal Welsh Show was a reminder that I haven't been to Northern Ireland to the Balmoral Show for some time, and I'm going to try to make that a priority next year. But I hope also that there'll be a chance to visit Northern Ireland before then, perhaps linked to the launch of our annual report on food standards. That brings me to the report, which you'll recall we had planned to launch in June, but that was delayed because of the election. We do plan to lay this report in all full parliaments in the UK next month, and we'll be using the evidence in that to inform some of our discussions with ministers in each of the countries about the FSA's future priorities. Thinking about the summer and what I've been doing, another important piece of work has been the search for a new chief executive. I'm really pleased to say that we had a very strong field of applicants, and I hope to be in a position to announce the appointment at our next board meeting. Meanwhile, I'm really pleased that we've appointed Katie Pettifer to the role of interim chief exec. Katie's been an outstanding director, and her knowledge of the FSA means I'm completely confident that the organisation is going to be very ably led during this interregnum. Now, as I noted earlier, this board meeting is the first since Emily stood down as chief exec, and I do just want to take a few moments to thank Emily for all that she contributed to the FSA during her 5 years with us. She oversaw a period of actually rather extraordinary change for the FSA, a total overhaul of our roles and responsibilities following EU exit, taking on market authorisations, developing our data systems, not least to support all the extra work we were doing in relation to incidents, a much bigger role for us in international trade, including all the border controls for EU goods. It was also a period of tremendous change across Whitehall, and of course a period of heightened global uncertainty. So I think the fact that Emily was able to really keep the show on the road with a very rigorous focus on delivery and doing the day job well, but at the same time finding time and space to think deeply about the role the FSA needs to play going forward. And many of our reform programmes were things that were initiated under Emily's leadership. She's ensured that the FSA moved with the times, and I think also engaged in depth with stakeholders, so that I feel we are much better connected as an organisation into both industry and consumer groups. She was also a tremendous advocate for the FSA, both in the media and in her appearances before the select committees in Parliament. Finally, Emily's been, an extraordinary intermediary between the executive and the board, and I personally will really miss our conversations. She was a great support to me when I arrived as chair, and I think we had a strong shared view for the FSA, but enough differences, let's say, to prompt quite lively conversations and thought-provoking discussions. Emily was very, very good at picking out some of the better ideas and shaping them up, whilst having tremendous confidence in discarding some of those which really shouldn't see the light of day. So I'm very grateful to her for that. When I talk to staff at all levels, though, within the FSA about what they'll miss most about Emily, I think without doubt it's her compassion and her humanity. Emily cares deeply about people, and she had a very deep-seated personal commitment to creating an organisation in which everyone could be their best. She led from the top, both in her words and in her actions, and has really helped to create a very positive culture, I think, within the FSA, where it's a place that people do want to work. And we hear that as board members when we have our regular coffee sessions with the teams. The important thing is that the team that she's built is the bedrock of everything we do in the FSA, and that will continue and is an incredibly important legacy. So I'm confident that I'm going to speak for all of us when I say we're very sad that Emily has gone, but also pleased that she's not gone too far and that she'll be able to continue to shape food policy from her role in DEFRA. So, Emily, I don't know if you're listening. I don't know if your mum is listening. I know she used to be a regular watcher, but I just want to end by saying to both of you and to everyone else watching, thank you, Emily, for all you contributed to the FSA, and very, very best wishes in your new role. Thank you. Okay, so any questions or comments from people? Anything they want to add? Margaret.
Susan, in the interests of consumers and of ensuring the food they eat is safe, in recent years there are two items that we've sent advice on to ministers, advising them that the law could be changed if they chose to do that and take that advice, and we've based that on scientific evidence. One is mandating the food hygiene system, and as happens already, it's mandated in Wales, other parts of the UK, and also to legislate on allergen information on menus. So in your meetings with the new ministers, have you raised that, and have they reacted in any way?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to say I have raised, I've raised all of the FSA's legislative asks, but in particular we had conversations with the Public Health Minister about both of those two things. They are very, Andrew Gwynn is very aware of the FSA position on both of those. As you know, the issue on, we're going to talk about allergens in relation to precautionary allergen labelling later, so our conversation was tilted somewhat to that, but we have agreed it's a topic we need to come back to. And he was very interested in the idea of FHRS mandation, and we're going to provide some advice on that. I should say, for other board members who have other particular interests, we have made clear the full list of the FSA's legislative asks, and I'm hopeful we're going to be able to make some progress on some of those. Now Margaret's broken the ice, you could ask her. But if not, I shall move on now to the next item. I appreciate that in my previous remarks, it may sound that Emily is quite an act to follow, but I am genuinely equally pleased to have Katie Pettifer alongside me here. And I'm going to invite Katie to summarise her report to the board.
Thank you very much, Susan. And actually, before I get into the detail of the report, I would also just like to say on behalf of the exec that we really echo that praise of Emily. She's been a brilliant chief executive, but she's also been a really excellent leader. She's built a culture of inclusion and respect and support in the FSA, which I know that we are all entirely committed to continuing. And I know a lot of people in the FSA will miss her a great deal. But we also wish her well in the new job, and I am personally very much looking forward to working with her a lot in that capacity over the coming months. Now, if I turn to my report, I won't repeat everything that's in it, but I hope it's clear both from my report and Susan's that we've had some really productive and positive engagement with new ministers, both in Westminster and in Wales. And I'm pleased to be able to say in my report that we are already making progress on two of our other legislative priorities in Westminster. So the statutory instruments on our market authorisation service, and also the legislation that's needed to give new powers to the National Food Crime Unit. So that's very positive from our perspective. There are two other things I'd like to draw out in particular in the report. The first is the section on charges for controls in meat premises. So the board will be very familiar with the fact that we charge for our delivery of official controls in meat premises, but we currently apply a discount. We don't recover the full cost. We only recover about 2/3 of it. The Treasury rules on these things are that the general expectation is you charge the full cost, and if you don't, then that has to be agreed by ministers. So it's expected that we keep that discount under review, and that feels particularly important in the current economic climate when we know there is a huge amount of pressure on public services. So we're expecting that we will need to advise new ministers on the discount so that they can take a view on it. And because we're an evidence-based organisation, we're preparing for that with a call for evidence. I wanted to draw it out because I know it's a particularly sensitive issue. It's something that many of the businesses we regulate feel strongly about. And we'll be coming to the board in December with a paper so that the board can take a view. But I just want to be clear now that we're coming to this without a fixed view on what the outcome should be. We genuinely want to use this process to gather the best evidence we can about the impact of the discount on consumers and on businesses. So I would like to encourage everyone who is watching to participate in that process, please. And the second point I'd particularly like to draw out of my report is about our school food standards work. We've completed our pilot on school food standards, which is something we've been carrying out jointly with the Department for Education. And I think this is a really great example of how we can collaborate with other organisations and bring our experience and our skills as a regulator to work that is helping to make food healthier and more sustainable. We've had a particular question amongst the board questions on that report, particularly picking up on the fact that Susan did some media when it came out and pointing out that we were not responsible for nutrition in England. We're not, but we were doing that project jointly with the DFE and with the full agreement and cooperation of the Department for Health. So it was certainly not the FSA going out on our own, and we've been really delighted to be able to do that. I hope that what we and the local authorities who participated in the pilot brought was a really strong practical understanding of the type of things that would need to be considered if the government wants to put in place proper mechanisms for trying to improve compliance with the standards. And we really look forward to working with the DFE and DHSC on the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. So let me open it up for comments either on any of those particular items, although they're probably mostly for information, or any other aspects of the report that people want to comment on. Mark.
Thanks, Susan. Just a couple of points for me. Firstly, welcome, Katie, to the role. I know you're going to be great at it. We've obviously worked together for a while, and yeah, I'm really confident, as Susan is, that you are going to keep us on the straight and narrow in this interregnum, which is great. In relation to your report, I have two questions on two separate bits. Firstly, the publication of the strategic assessment from the National Food Crime Unit. I want to welcome that publication. I have had a look at it. I have two questions in relation to that. One is, were there any surprises for us in what it showed up? And the second one relates to the fact that this is a piece of work which we made a conscious decision to delay as part of our difficult choices when we were balancing resources. And I'd like to know whether the publication of this assessment now has highlighted whether there were any impacts of that delay as a result of us not making that assessment in the timely manner we would normally do. My second question is completely separate. It's around the call for evidence in terms of meat charging. Your report, and to some extent the actual call for evidence itself, is phrased in a way where we're looking for evidence of the benefits of the discounts that we offer, and I'm just seeking some reassurance that we would also accept evidence, and I do stress evidence and not just opinion, on any negative impacts of those discounts that we offer.
Okay, Katie, I'm going to just gather up the questions, then come back to at the end. David.
Yes, welcome, Katie, an impressive briefing debut this morning. Also on meat inspection discounts, I appreciate we're going to call for evidence, we're consulting, and it'll be premature to come to a view, but I too would like to see the justification for continuing these discounts, because at the moment I'm not convinced they're necessary. And when you produce the paper in December, could you show what the consequences would be for smaller producers if the discounts were removed or reduced, and if there's any rural or geographical problems which that would produce, and possibly even a sliding scale to show the effects of reducing the discount a bit by bit and how it would affect the smaller producers? That makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions on Emily's report? Terrible. Katie's report. Katie's report. Margaret.
Different subject. It's the issue of bamboo, which you mentioned in paragraph 24, I think. And I just wondered if you could explain it a little bit more, because it does seem quite confusing that we're still saying it may be safe or it may not be safe, and whether that confusion may lead to it being the advice being ignored.
Okay, this is not quite a final chance, but if there are no more pressing questions, I'm going to ask Katie just to respond, I guess, yeah, on, well, 3 specific points there.
Thanks, Susan. And I might go in reverse order. So starting with Margaret. So the test we're applying is it proven to be safe, rather than is it proven to be not safe? But we did say when we made this decision clear that the Committee on Toxicities looked at it and considered new data, and there is a concern that the presence of bamboo or similar plant-based matter in plastic materials can result in formaldehyde or melamine leaking into the food or drink products above the legal limit, which could be unsafe for consumers. So there is a safety concern there. And if you want to know more, I'm sure I can turn to Robin or Rebecca to elaborate.
No, that's great, and I think we have to trust our advisory scientific committee.
If if I can just come in there, I think actually we're in a much clearer position now. When we issued the interim guidance, that was a little bit different from the EU. It was just, let's just pause. I think now we've said very clearly there is insufficient evidence that they're safe, and we recommend that people don't use these. We've been telling businesses for some time not to sell them. So I hope the advice to consumers is clear, and maybe we could just ask I don't know if we have any evidence that people are still struggling with this, but we could look at that again and make sure it is crystal clear.
And then turning to the other points, so on the call for evidence on meat charging, I think we will happily accept all evidence on the impacts of the discount, not just the benefits. And it's really helpful, David, to have steers on what you would like to see when we come before the board in December. So we will take those away and incorporate those in our thinking. And on the NFCU, I'm going to ask Junior to answer the question about any surprises, but having also read the strategic assessment, it is interesting to see how things have developed over the time period, but I don't think we have any concern that there were risks that were not picked up due to us delaying the strategic assessment. We continue to do our risk assessment and gather intelligence throughout the entire period. We simply didn't put it together and publish an overall strategic assessment. But Junior, any surprises?
No, for the very reason, Katie, that you say, was we continue to do mini reviews, we continue to actually assess and deliver through the control strategies that we implement on an annual basis. And that informs the strategic assessment. Of course, the strategic assessment this time around was different to the last one. So there were new topics and stuff that we picked up through the intelligence. So hopefully that provides some reassurance.
Very good. Any follow-up on any of those points or any additional questions? Okay, in which case, slightly ahead of time, but I will move us on to the next item, which is one of our annual updates. So this is on the local authority performance. I suppose what I want to say at the start of this is the annual update to the whole board. It complements the quarterly reporting that happens, that is reviewed by the business committee. But this gives the whole board the opportunity to reflect and comment on the performance of local authorities, and perhaps most importantly, to assure ourselves that the FSA is playing its part to enable the system to function well. Is there more that we can be doing to make this system work? We know that one of the most important pillars of public trust in food is just the basic reassurance that what we're eating, whether that's purchased in a shop, in a restaurant, or anywhere else, has been produced, manufactured, stored, and prepared in a way that's safe and hygienic. And together, the food industry, local authorities, and the FSA each have their own defined roles in really maintaining the safety and authenticity of food across that supply chain. So this reports the analysis of the hygiene compliance data. It covers restaurants, cafes, and other food businesses. And I think helpfully it also updates the board on the work that's been undertaken to really address some of the challenges that we know that local authorities are facing in relation to the reduction in the numbers of people in their food safety and standards teams. That's something that we highlighted in our annual report on food standards last year, and it's been good to see some work flowing from that. I'm going to welcome to the table Rebecca Kirk. Bex is Head of Regulatory Compliance in the FSA and is going to introduce this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you and good morning. So, as you'll see from the paper before you, there are a number of recommendations for you to consider. In summary, the report outlines that local authorities have made considerable progress to returning to the requirements of the Food Law Code of Practice, particularly in the areas of highest risk. But we are concerned about the backlog of interventions at the lower risk establishments and the large numbers of newly unrated premises that haven't been inspected yet. It should be noted that although we have not seen a deterioration in food hygiene ratings so far, or an increasing trend in the reported cases of foodborne disease, giving us assurance that food hygiene standards in the 3 countries remain good overall, we are worried about what is building up in the system in the longer term and concerned that some of those premises rated low as risk may be masking changes in the risk level or compliance. The fact that local authorities are undertaking more enforcement action is also borne out in their feedback to us that they have seen significant deterioration in some businesses as they work through that backlog. As you alluded to, Chair, we are seeing some problems still with recruitment and retention, but we are seeing some outcomes from our project to look at resourcing. And we recently announced that the FSA has collaborated with the Chartered Institute of Trading Standards to endorse their professional competency in feed qualification. The paper also provides an update on the project to improve the way we collect data from local authorities, making it easier for them to give us information that we need. And they'll be using an AI-driven tool called an insights engine. And we're also touching on whether or not local authorities, exploring with local authorities about charging for official controls. In summary, we continue to work with local authorities where we have concerns about their ability to deliver official controls and have obtained some significant successes with some local authorities where we've found it necessary to engage with them. And that has resulted in additional funding being put back into services and in some cases an increase in posts. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. That was a gallop through the paper, but it's actually it's a very clear paper, Bex, so thank you very much for that. Lots of people looking to come in on this. Fiona's our lead for local authorities, so I'm going to let Fiona have the first shot at this, and then I'll come to Anthony, Hayley and Mark.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Bex. It's a comprehensive report of all the work you've been doing to improve things on the ground over the last year. And I think the things that stand out for me in particular are all of the work you've been doing on the workforce and the training side. And I think it'd be helpful to hear a little bit about some of the direct engagement you've been doing with local authorities where there's been issues, to understand how that's had an impact on how they're resourcing and how they're ensuring that there are enough people on the grounds, because the boots on the ground are a critical part of this system. The data side continues to be a problem. I know that it gets discussed regularly at the business committee meeting. And I wondered if you could just talk us through a little bit more how the management information system that is being bedded down with the local authorities is going to feed into the insight engine, and whether you're really confident that local authorities are going to have it in place by the end of the financial year. If not, if we're going to have to spill over into the next year and continue to resource it. On the insights engine, it sounds like a magic tool. Is it really going to enable us to map density of food businesses, overlay that with where there are problems, help us to then identify hotspots, and actually give us the rich data that we need to ensure that we can report and be confident that the food system's still safe? Because at the moment we've got this backlog in data reporting, and we have a gap, and we've had a gap now for quite some time, and it's really, it doesn't assure us that we're able to really understand what's going on at local authority level.
Okay, Bex, given those are both sort of real clarifications in the paper, do you want to respond to each of those now?
Okay, yeah, thanks. So regarding the engagement with local authorities, so when we get all the data in, we go through and the team analyse it, and there's a whole load of things that they look at, and then they kind of rank which authorities we've got some concerns about, and then we have engagement and we chat to them and say, what's going on. And then when we have those concerns, we then work with that authority to try and get them back on track and get them to get an action plan around how you're going to tackle your outstanding inspections. What do you think you need to do in terms to be able to get those inspections on track, and how can we work with you and support you in that? And we also discuss alternative inspection strategies with them. Could they look at some of their lower risk premises in another way in order to be able to just do those assessments? I think what we found actually is when that we've engaged with local authorities, they've actually been really grateful and actually welcomed us working with them. And in a number of authorities, we've been able to successfully get that authority additional funding. So one local authority has been able to get funding for 5 more additional posts as a result of us going in and supporting them. And in another local authority, they've actually put £1.2 million back into their food service as a result of us working with them and highlighting the risks in the system. So I know when we've been engaging with local authorities, lots of them have been saying, can you come and work with us, please, because we really want you to. But we're only, in the moment, looking at those ones where we know there's that greatest risk of that work not being done. So I think it shows that us keeping an eye on local authorities and working out what is going on in the system is definitely helping to sort of make sure that we are focusing our attentions on that area of greatest risk. Going back to the question around the LA data project, the Insights engine, we're just about to go out, we're just finalizing the procurement process on that, and then we will go out to market to see what the system will do. But the idea is that we want to make the least amount of burden on local authorities. So all they will do is just send us a data package. It will just be they upload stuff out of their computer system, and then this clever AI thing, which is way over my head, then does something very clever, and it pulls out the data and gives us performance reports in order for us to be able to then look at that data. And what we're working on at the moment is on getting some KPIs together for local authorities, some key performance indicators that we can then able to get that data when we look at the data in order to be able to work out where those risks are. I think what you're alluding to around that rich picture is something that's longer term that we will look at in a while to come. At the moment, we're just focusing on trying to get that data. I can see Julie's got her mic on, so she's probably more digitally inclined than I am that can help me out here.
If I may, just building on the Insights engine, absolutely agree everything that Bex has said there, and it's my responsibility, wearing my digital hat, to deliver the engine and all of the rest of the technology to make it work. And a degree of reassurance for local authorities, part of this is designed to minimise burden on them and the changes they need to make. So we do this once. So I think that's advantageous. The second is, as soon as you say AI, everybody thinks, oh, either that's great or that's really risky. And I think this is certainly great, and we have piloted it. So I have a high degree of confidence that it will actually work. I think we've come up with some use cases as to what we would do with the data, but I think, again, as Beck says, there's a lot more that we could consider, but we haven't got to that full description yet, but we will. Thanks.
Great. Well, I think it's always helpful to have more data, and I think the idea of getting it in more real time, as well as increased sort of granularity, really will make quite a difference, both for us in our assurance role, but also I'm pleased to hear Julie talk about use cases. I want this to be useful to local authorities. Nobody wants to collect data and feel that it's not actually being used for a purpose, and we do need to make sure we get that feedback loop joined up, so people provide data, we analyse it, we feed it back, and it really works to make the system better. Fiona, did you want to come back on that?
Yeah, it was just one thing I forgot to mention. You've asked us about starting discussions with the local authorities about potentially charging for some kind of registration programme. I completely endorse that. If it enables local authorities and us to know how many businesses exist and how many are trading, then that should really help us understand what the data relates to, because my understanding is that there are lots of gaps at the moment. So yes, please go ahead with it.
Just on that point, are there any other questions specifically on the charging issue, or are people content that we should just encourage people to really explore this option? It's nothing more than exploring at this stage, because there are lots of practical complexities. I can see David and then Rhian coming in on this point.
Yes, on charging, I'm very cautious about this. I think we do need to explore it, but in the last few years we've seen some local authorities go overboard on the various charging rackets that have been operating, whether it's on parking enforcement charges, dropping litter. Last week a little old lady was fined for feeding the ducks breadcrumbs, and we've got misleading bus lane signs. So yes, I think we should look at charging, but any power to charge for inspections, I think, needs to be very carefully circumscribed. And if we do go down that route, I would hope that the FSA would actually set the yardsticks and actually set the charges which would apply to all local authorities, so they don't have a free hand to charge what they like, or even some authorities to undercut others and get the business. So yes, let's explore the charging route, but be very careful.
I think that's some helpful sort of guardrails around that, and I think there's also a distinction here which can obviously be explored in the idea of registration, which Fiona was talking about, versus inspections, which I think David was more concerned about. But all of this will come out in a wider exploration. Rhian was going to come in on this point, and then Margaret.
Thank you, Chair. Not dissimilar to your point, David. It was at WFAC last week when we talked about this. There was support for the principle of charging, but given the business landscape in Wales, there are such a high proportion of micro businesses and smaller SMEs. WFAC members were asking me to bring forward that dealing with the issue of charging with sensitivity and being very thoughtful about it, and actually. Absolutely, I agree. Consistency across local authorities. We don't want businesses moving to a different local authority or setting up somewhere else where, just because of a charging regime that isn't consistent across local authorities. But some sort of sliding scale which recognises a small business versus a large business, I think would be quite palatable for us. Thank you.
Margaret?
And just totally agree with what David and Rhian have just said. Just to add that, can we find a way of ring fencing the cash so it doesn't get used on other things?
All things to explore. Was there anybody else on charging specifically? Tim, were you charging?
Yeah. And I might just also dovetail in a little bit about the business committee, so because we might as well sort of get things in sequence. Just on charging, I think we're absolutely right to explore it, as indeed we're exploring in other areas where we provide support to food businesses. So I think there's an issue about consistency in terms of the principles we're applying. I definitely think we need to navigate that carefully so that we've taken into full account all the impacts as far as we reasonably can. But I think also there is an issue around making sure that there is consistency also, as the point has been made, around geography, so that there aren't perverse impacts of whatever strategy we employ. So that's the bit about charging. I was just going to say, because of course Business Committee looked more broadly at the performance, so spoiler alert for later. And yeah, again, we had the issue around the concerns, because we were looking at greater granularity at the issues. About the outstanding inspections, but we were reassured around the individual approach we were taking with authorities and recognised the work that Bex and her team were doing. We do realise the role and relationship with local authorities, and it is different between different authorities with different pressures on them, is absolutely critical. But it is important, if we look forward over time, that relationship is managed in a more efficient and productive way for the authority and the delivery of food hygiene standards, and that there is resilience in whatever we do going forward. Because at the moment it feels as though it's become more ad hoc because of the issues we've been through post-COVID and changes in local authority pressures, but we must have something that is more enduring. So we welcomed the intelligence-led systems. We recognise that's one step on the pathway, a good step, but it's one step on the pathway. There's also something around the metrics that it uses so that they're not misinterpreted, that they are meaningful, and they support and help the local authorities rather than actually send us down blind alleys, if you like. And so that comes back nicely to the issue about whether or not we charge and how we manage and support more cohesively and more coherently going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, so I'm going to park the charging thing, and that's moved us on into other things. And so I promised Anthony and Hayley could come in with their comments next.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very good paper, Bax. Thank you. And Bax was very kind enough to take NIFAC through it last week. There was a number of questions at NIFAC that I thought might be worth just exploring the discussion we had. First one was the number of 41,000 unrated businesses that are operating that created some concern. And some of the questions about that was there any link to food poisoning disproportionately in terms of the number of those businesses that are unrated? There was an issue about whether or not we could do more to categorise the businesses or stop them from trading until they were rated. And Bax pointed out, no, there wasn't, and I'm sure she'll touch on that again. there was an expression of whether or not we could use third-party inspections to categorise some of those unrated businesses to see at least those that are the most risky get pushed to the front. There was a discussion about Northern Ireland specifically, and the team were keen to point out that Northern Ireland has significantly improved, and we're now back to hygiene levels that were pre-pandemic. So we're actually getting there, but a real shortage of staff seems to be an overall issue throughout the three nations. And I think Bax mentioned that a course in Scotland closed down because there was no one going to it to become an EHO, which is a bit sad. So I wondered if there was more we could actually do to encourage the development of these programs and courses and actually point people in that this is a great career if only people knew about it. So,
thank you. Hayley.
Thank you, Bex. I read the paper and picking up on the challenge of needing to inspect new businesses and the lack of interventions at the low risk level, I was thinking, are we missing anything? Is there anything we could be doing differently? So my comment possibly falls into the flying a kite category. But what I'd like to see is more recognition of the need to bring in innovations and technologies as possible alternatives to in-person inspections. I think there are much more novel approaches out there to auditing. I suppose my question is, do we fully understand the range of solutions that might be out there to assist with virtual audits where they might be appropriate, or at least look at the ramifications or pros and cons of bringing this into our toolbox? The second area is the potential to put more onus on the new business as part of that registration process. And so it does link into the digital platforms and tools that we've got now. But I think there's a lot more integrity that could be brought to that process and credible information that could then help local authorities to make an informed judgment about the potential risks that that new business poses.
Interesting point. Mark.
Thanks, Susan. I've got a number of questions, and I apologise, Bex, in advance. They might sound like I'm firing a machine gun, but I'll try and pace them. First thing I wanted to do, though, is just to recognise that it's an excellent paper, and it really highlights how important the work is that our local authority delivery partners do in ensuring that food is safe and what it says it is. Without our environmental health and trading standards colleagues doing their frontline work, actually we wouldn't achieve the outcomes that we look to achieve as the Food Standards Agency. So certainly from my perspective, and hopefully board colleagues will agree, I just wanted to put on record our appreciation for the efforts that our local authority colleagues put into this space. Bex, you've highlighted some concerns in terms of where perhaps some of the gaps might be, and particularly in the areas of what I'll call an inspection backlog, particularly with the lower priority premises, but also in a backlog in premises that are completely unrated. And so my first question is, what is that masking? And I think there is a hint, and you gave a hint in the fact that our local authority colleagues are showing that they're taking more enforcement action, which suggests to me that when they go, they're finding issues. So my next question, I suppose, is slightly more pointed in terms of, as a board, how long are we prepared to accept that kind of backlog existing? We're now a year after we expected local authorities to be back into their post-pandemic compliance with the Code of Practice. How long are we prepared to allow that to go on? Linked to that is a question of, when we intervene with local authorities, how confident are we that our thresholds for when we intervene are set at the right level? Are we intervening soon enough, and are we suggesting to local authorities soon enough that they're not meeting our expectations? In the spirit of trying to be a bit more helpful, we did suggest some time ago that there was some work to be done around helping local authorities to understand what the right level of resourcing would be. We talked about trying to develop a kind of model resourcing level for local authorities, and I've seen in other professions that can be really helpful in local authorities understanding how much resource to designate to what is an important and statutory function for them. So I'm just interested to know whether we've made any progress in developing that kind of model resourcing size threshold, whatever we want to call it. My last reflection really is just around this paper is really helpful in terms of food hygiene and food standards. I didn't see any reference in it to local authorities' role in port health, and that is a really important part of what some but not all local authorities deliver. So just interested to know how we monitor those local authorities that deliver that critical function at the border, and what support, if any, we provide to them. I know there's a very close working relationship between various bits of the FSA, but just didn't want that aspect of local authority work to be missed from this annual reflection of the contribution that they make. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hang on to all of these questions. I can see Bex making notes. Who else wanted to come in on this point, or have we, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I think just to pick up the point, I mean, first of all, I think added to Mark's recognition, it is important to acknowledge the role that local authorities play in this space. But as part of that, I think also recognising they are one of the few places in which there is direct engagement with very small food businesses. And although in the scale of the country, the risk around those businesses may be low, in the scale of those local communities, the risk is very high. And I think it's one of the things that we, in general, when we talk about the food business, focus on the very large bits of the sector. And this paper just is a strong reminder that actually a vast majority of the food businesses that people in their day-to-day lives interact with are very small, and our primary vehicle for engagement with them is through local authorities, is through that direct connection. And alongside that is a bulk of training that sits in there, and I think one of the things the paper doesn't necessarily play out as much is that as well as enforcement, there is an education element that environmental health provide, and we would struggle to get that education piece delivered by any other vehicle into those micro businesses. So I just think in terms of future papers in this space, thinking how we might capture that alongside the enforcement data, because from my own experience in my authority, having seen their role as educators to reinforce safety, but also to support a more sustainable and a healthier food offer, has been really key.
Thank you very much for that, Justin. So a lot of very specific questions on the paper. I think in a way, Justin, you're raising a much more sort of strategic thing about how we almost segment businesses. And Katie, I don't know if you want to comment on it in a way, that more strategic conceptual thing. And then I'll come to Bex just to pick up on some of the more technical details.
Thank you, Susan. And I think, first of all, I just want to echo what the board have said about the importance of the work that local authorities do and the incredibly valuable support they provide to businesses. I was just going to take us back briefly to the discussion we had in December. I think it was December when we had our last local authority update, and we also had a paper on the ABC programme. And 2 points to rate, really. First of all, the picture does look an awful lot better than it did in December, and that is due to a huge amount of work that's gone on out there in local authority food teams. There is still a backlog, but it is not as dire as it looked at that point. It's still a great concern. The second point, though, is at that point we talked about the building blocks for the future, and we talked about the work we'd done engaging with local authorities, stakeholders, businesses, academics, other regulators, that had taught us about the different things that businesses got from inspections and how incredibly valuable those local authority inspections were to small businesses. And some of that fed into the thinking on the paper we'll come to in a minute, because for the larger businesses, they've got other sources of support and advice and guidance, whereas for the smaller ones, sometimes the environmental health officer or the trading standards officer is the only person who is giving that support to them. And as part of those building blocks for the future, we also talked about the need for an enhanced registration system that is better. So that's in there. These things we'd love to progress all of them immediately, but obviously we have to think about sequencing. And while I have the mic, the final thing I wanted to pick up on was the point about encouraging people into the environmental health profession, where I think we can help at a national level. But we need to do that in tandem with the Chartered Institute for Environmental Health, and similarly on trading standards with CTSI. But I feel it very personally, having sat on BBC Breakfast about a month ago, saying to everyone I could possibly reach, this is a great profession, you should really go into it. And I think we are trying to use our reach to get that message out, but we're very keen to collaborate with others to do that in the future.
Thank you, Katie. Bex, well, why don't you tick off the points that you think have been raised, and I'll knock them off my checklist and see if there's anything left at the end.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll remember most of them. But yeah, I think picking up on Katie's point, the team are working really hard on the sort of resourcing piece to really look at how we can make good pathways into the profession through apprenticeships, working with local colleges and education providers to sort of try and improve those pathways into professions, and also through reviewing our code of practice as well, in terms of making sure that we can get the right competencies in the code of practice without watering down the qualifications for the profession to do the work. So there's lots and lots of work going on in the background, but it's going to be a slow burn. You know, it's going to take a while for these people to come through the system and be trained up. So then turning to the point around unregistered food premises, I think it's worth noting that there is nothing to stop a food business from trading once it's registered, so it can register. But what local authorities are doing, and we're getting the evidence to see that, is they're doing those initial triaging. So when a business comes in, they will do that triage to make sure and see what that business is doing. And if they think it's a high risk, so if it's a care home, for example, they will absolutely prioritise getting some staff out there to work on and looking at that business. But, you know, if they feel it's a lower risk, then they may well just do maybe what we call an alternative enforcement strategy. And that then links on to what we're saying about with some of the lower risk businesses, that, you know, we have put in the code of practice, it's acceptable for local authorities to do a quick telephone questionnaire and just check out what that business is doing before they can finally get the resource to get to it, so they can satisfy themselves that there is no risk to consumers from those newly registered businesses. I think it's also worth noting that lots of businesses register and then never trade. And so, you know, people sort of maybe watch a TV programme like Bake Off and then think, I know I'm going to be a cake maker, and then register and never actually trade. So we don't quite know in that data, and local authorities don't really know either, of what percentage of those businesses are or aren't trading. So I think it's just that assurance that, you know, local authorities are actually looking at that risk. And then picking up on your point around, Hayley, around the sort of alternative, or, you know, trying to be a bit creative with that thinking, we're going out to consult on the code of practice in January 25, and some of those changes that we're going to be consulting on is asking around whether or not we can do those very points you touched on around remote audits, and that ability to just think a bit more creatively in those low-risk premises. So I think watch this space. There's a consultation coming where we'll be asking around those very things. So it's definitely in our thinking. Then touching on your question around, I think, Mark, around the sort of resourcing and helping local authorities compare themselves. There's still some work going on in that space, and working with colleagues in CERD on how we kind of group local authorities together in order for them to be able to say, well, okay, how do I compare to my neighbour? How do I compare with this local authority over here? Have I got enough staff? You know, compared to, I've got this many food businesses, how many EHOs, how many TSOs do I need? It's quite a complex piece of work when you start to get under the skin of it. It's not a case of X number for X premises, because there's so many different variables. Some areas have more high-risk businesses than others. That work is ongoing, and we hope to sort of have that coming out sort of in the middle of next year, with being able to give guidance to local authorities. Your port health question, it is looked at. That is looked at by our imports team, which now has been moved over into Angeli's area, but they do performance manage and look at the returns from the port health teams. It probably potentially is an oversight that we haven't pulled that into this paper, so maybe a learning point going forward, that we include a bit of the port health performance in there. I think, was that everything? Yeah, and I think to Justin's point around you can't underestimate the value of an officer going into that food business and that education piece. And I think what we're hearing from local authorities is when they are going into those businesses that maybe they thought were a lower risk, they are going in and finding that actually standards aren't as good as they could be, and they're having to spend quite a long time working with that business and providing that advice and support. And for many businesses, that environmental health officer, trading standards officer, is the only place, they can get that advice and knowledge they need to be able to trade safely. And so that is also having a bit of a knock-on effect in the system, because they're spending longer in there and they haven't quite then got the time to get to the next business. But at least they're making sure that that business is compliant and bringing it up to standard.
Thank you very much, Bexham. That was really helpful, I think, in reminding us that underneath what appears to be a sort of rather, prescriptive system as to how this should be done, that local authorities really are using their skill and their knowledge and their insights to try to get the very best out of it. It is about taking a risk-based approach, but it's actually about being quite thoughtful about how you handle those areas of uncertainty. And I think some of those very tangible examples about what what local authorities are doing, really helpful and encouraging to know. Progress has been huge, as Katie said, since last year, and that is a real concerted effort on the part of local authorities, for which I totally echo the thanks to them for that work. But there is still a lot to be done, and I think what this has highlighted is local authorities trying to do lots of things. We are doing lots of things, and what we absolutely need to do is to make sure we are working in tandem to really understand how we can help them to do the things that they know need doing, whether that's about developing our model, to help them get the resources that they need, whether it's about the new insight engine, which will give them more data. I thought Hayley's comment about really thinking about what new technology is out there that we can sort of offer them and suggest they look at. But I can't emphasize enough, we need to talk to local authorities about what it is that they need, because they're the people who know what it is that will help them to do their job better. The other point that I thought you made, which was really well made, is about this stuff takes time. I'm really struck by how all of these things we're trying to do are so interwoven, and they're not going to happen overnight. And the one that certainly isn't is the workforce, as you said. So I know that Katie's spoken at a number of conferences and meetings and has been really trying to promote the work that we're doing. And for example, with the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, their professional competencies in feed, for example, are very tangible things. But workforce takes time. I mean, we've seen this in many other areas, whether it's doctors or vets. Even if we get new people into courses now, it's going to be a while before they're out the other end. So I think we have got to be patient. Note to self, we need to be a little bit patient here. And I think Mark's point about how difficult it is to calibrate, how concerned should we be, how much should we be pushing, how much should we be supporting is very, very difficult indeed to judge. But we've got to just keep an eye on the data and be guided by the data about what that's telling us about what's working and what's not. One specific action I took out of that, I thought it was a point well made, is about port health authorities, and I wonder if we could ask officials maybe to give the board a separate note in relation to PHAs. And I think for future years of this annual update, I think, as you say, Bex, a good point that we should make sure we include that in the regular reporting. Finally, then we had at the start quite a conversation about charging. I am keen, I think the board is keen that we explore that further. We talked about some of the guardrails, we've touched on the complexity of that. What I would say, over and above anything you might have been thinking about doing, it is absolutely vital, again, that we engage with the local authorities about this. As we're going to see in the next ABC paper, sometimes we think we've consulted, but actually people don't feel they have been adequately consulted, and I do not want to make that, let that happen again. So this needs a lot of really in-depth thinking, because the implementation, even if you were to decide this is a good idea, actually the devil's in the detail, and we really need to think through how it would work. I'd like to see a very specific paper come back to the board as that work develops, and maybe I'll talk to Katie separately about the appropriate timing for that. But I would like to be kept in touch with what are our plans in relation to that, because it is going to be sensitive. It has advantages, it has some risks, and I want us to sort of proceed carefully over that. So those, I think, are a few actions out of that paper. Thank you to the team, but mostly thanks to local authorities, thanks to environmental health officers, because, you know, without them, food would not be as safe and as assured as it is. And, you know, the good news piece in this is that we are seeing that high standards are being maintained. We're not seeing increases in incidents, and that is because local authorities are taking a very risk-based approach. Does that sum up the points we've talked about? It was quite a wide-ranging discussion. So if so, I will close this item. But just before I do, I wanted to note that this is Rebecca's last appearance in front of the board as she's moving on to a new job. This has been a really, really busy time whilst you've been with us, Bex. You've led it extremely well. You've contributed a huge amount. Again, very sorry to be losing you, though I know you're going on to a great new opportunity, and I hope that will be energising for you and for your career. Thank you. Okay, so moving on now to a paper which actually in many ways flows quite naturally from talking about local authority performance, and that's on to what was one of the FSA's so-called change programmes, which was ABC, Achieving Business Compliance. And I guess before I start on this, I've already mentioned we had a huge number of questions to the board, and we'll come to those, I'm sure. But I want to start by making two quite distinct points. The first is to thank the team for successfully delivering the ABC programme, for all of the thinking. There's a huge amount in here which has actually gone unremarked in many of the questions, because I think everybody agrees that this is really helpful and a good idea. So thank you for the work that's been going on that. We've followed this over the years, and it's good to reach a sort of natural conclusion for this part of the programme. However, it's also important to note that this is only the end of the beginning. And so my second point today is that I think this meeting marks quite an important sort of staging post, where the board really needs to give some very careful thought to what we want the next steps to be in this work. This paper, and in particular the proposals from the executive for a phased implementation towards a national level regulation, has generated a huge amount of interest and I have to say concern from a number of external stakeholders. We have talked about this in previous board papers. We'd previously talked about it as enterprise level regulation, and it may be that it's the change in name that has taken people a little bit by surprise, but really this is an evolution of that thinking. What has changed, of course, is today we've got some very specific proposals in front of us. And actually, I think that's really helpful, because it's when you put things in writing, everybody can really understand exactly what it is we're talking about. So I want to reiterate that at this stage, these are proposals from the executive. They're nothing more than that. It's part of our commitment to doing our policy development in public that we share these ideas at a very, very early stage. So I really welcome the questions that have come in and the engagement that people have with us. People are interested about this work. And I think overwhelmingly the questions come from a position of people valuing the system that we've got, not wanting to upset the apple cart, and being very keen that we continue to ensure we have a system that keeps food safe. We normally try to answer questions as we go through, and I think we will cover most of the points that have been made, but we will, as I said at the start, provide written answers later. Now, given the large number, for the benefit of anybody who's watching this meeting who's not had a chance to read them all, maybe I can just summarise a little bit what I've taken away from these. I guess some of the specific issues that have been raised are whether or not the proposal is for self-regulation, whether it's deregulatory, and real worries that would be the case at a time when I think people generally are really starting to value the importance of regulation in order to keep people safe, not only in food but in other sectors. They are concerned about how we could ensure that data from retailers is a true and accurate picture. People who are worried about whether the FSA really has the capacity to take this on. We've talked about local authorities being stretched, but my goodness, the FSA is stretched as well. And indeed, the impact that these sorts of changes would have on local authority resources, which links back to the previous paper. So my take, if I was trying to do some sort of more thematic analysis, is that there are three issues that people have talked about. One is this genuine worry, mostly from people on the ground doing the job at present, that any new system couldn't replicate the first-hand insights that they have when they go into a business, just as we've been talking about in the previous paper. Can we, in the FSA, one step removed, possibly hope to replicate that? Secondly, some really practical questions about how the system would work. I know that many of those are things that officials have been talking about, but we haven't reached conclusions on, and that, we've just not got to that point. But I think having these questions raised now is really important. And then the third thing, and here is a frustration that officials have not engaged sufficiently with stakeholders before bringing these proposals to the board. I do think those are all fair points. I would return to my earlier comment that these are proposals, not plans. And if I was to sort of look at this the other way round, I think that I would have had board members who would have had concerns if this had been discussed in detail with stakeholders before it had been brought to the board. So in a way, it's a bit chicken and egg, which do you do first? So I think today, the paper's in front of us. It's in front of all of the people watching who are interested and concerned about this system. We've all seen it. We've all had a chance to read it. We've heard the questions. I want us to have a pretty frank conversation about what we've learnt, where we want to go, and then when we get to the end of that, we will think about what the next steps are. Now, I realise that's quite a long introduction, but I do want to recognise the anxiety that this has caused and the importance of the conversation today. So, just before I stop talking, there was one very specific point. Is some of the correspondence we received wasn't really focused on this issue. And, for example, there was one question, which suggested that one of our board members worked for an audit assurance company, which could seek to benefit from these proposals. I want to say categorically that is not the case. And on contacting the correspondent, we received an acknowledgement and an apology that the accusations were not factually correct. So I do want to put that on the record, that that is not the case. And I've reviewed all of the declarations, and they are correct. Okay, on that note, I'm going to welcome Carmel Linsky to the table. Carmel has been leading this work, and I know, Carmel, that board members are going to be particularly keen to hear you talk about the evidence from the pilot, because we're an evidence-based organisation. We've been trying to develop these by testing and learning, so I'm keen that we hear more about the pilot. And really, I want to hear from you about how these proposals would maintain the current high standards that we all value so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So I would really like to start, as Susan did, by taking a few moments just to reflect on the successful delivery of the ABC programme objectives. So the ABC team worked across a really broad range of subject areas during its life cycle, both with colleagues across the FSA and also with external stakeholders. Now, successful programme delivery doesn't happen by accident. It's a real testament, I think, to all of those who've been a part of ABC, to their care and their commitment that we've achieved what we did set out to do. But turning to national level regulation and the proposals that we're making today, like the Chair, I'm also really grateful for the high level of interest that this has generated. the questions that we do have come from a really broad range of stakeholders with a real diverse range of experience and expertise. So we do really value that input. I'd like to clarify for board members that what our proposals are today and what I'd anticipate as the next steps as part of my response to some of those questions. So firstly, we're looking for permission just to continue to work with those large retailers in England in our original scope and to continue to access their hygiene data. So this results in a single team in the FSA utilising environmental health expertise to analyse data across all of these businesses on a monthly basis, and then to meet with those businesses on a regular basis to proactively walk through our findings. And that helps to address trends and to provide really robust challenge to those businesses. Now, this oversight would enable the FSA working closely with primary authorities and utilising existing tools within current legislation to assure that consumer protection is preserved. And we can advise local authorities then that they could adjust their planned interventions accordingly. Everything else in our proposal remains the same as it is now. So that would mean local authorities will remain as the enforcing body, and they'll continue to be able to inspect as required, for example, reactive customer complaints. But we'd need to work really closely with those primary authorities and local authorities on the detail of how that would work. The independent trial evaluation, which has been posted on our website, has concluded that this alternative approach is potentially viable as a way of assessing compliance with food hygiene law and therefore protecting consumers. So my proposed next step would be to bring those stakeholders together for really extensive consultation and dialogue, and to consider the range of opportunities and challenges that this proposal presents. I'd be really happy to share more of our thinking on engagement with the board. I think to undertake this process in a constructive and transparent way will really help us to develop a set of policy proposals to return to board with in future. This consultation, together with the input gathered to date, would be incredibly useful for us in shaping our thinking as we progress. So I'd like to close my opening by emphasising that what we're proposing today is absolutely not self-regulation or deregulation. It's about increasing scrutiny across a small number of businesses and creating central oversight within the FSA. I recognise this is a different form of regulation from the current model, but it is one that has precedent across the regulatory landscape. It includes the use of data that's in the food system that might not have been available in the food system 30 years ago, but it would help us to proactively check the effectiveness of those food safety management systems across entire businesses, as opposed to the current series of premises-based inspections. It is very much still regulation. But what we're proposing is about innovation and change always creates a level of uncertainty. But that shouldn't deter us from seeking to explore the best regulatory outcomes for our consumers long into the future. So today I see that we're at the very start of a change journey, and I'm really happy to take questions on that. Thank you.
Carmel, thank you. I think that was really useful in honing us in on what the next steps are. I mean, the paper I know has tried to set out a big vision, but I think today we should largely focus on the next steps. So as I understand it, in essence, what we're doing is really doing what we talked about in the previous item, which is trying to add more data in the system, which will help local authorities. It will sort of boost up their ability to make risk-based decisions because they'll have more data available to them. So that's helpful. Could I just press you just to say a little bit more about the evaluation, what we did and what we found? And I say that because, you know, it's quite a big report. We released it slightly too late. I would have liked that to go out sooner so that people could have had chance to really review it. But given that it did go out quite late, could you just summarise that briefly, both for the board, just in case people haven't read it all, and certainly for people watching? Thanks.
Of course. So the evaluation was in 3 stages, and I should stress it was an independent evaluation run for us. Those 3 stages were to run a set of baseline interviews with participants within the trial, to then do a midpoint evaluation to see how things were going. This was a very novel approach, you know, and we didn't know what we didn't know. And then to run an endpoint evaluation to see what had happened. What it did do is it took in a series of qualitative, points. So they were through a set of interviews with participants, but also some quantitative data as well. So we had things like, our monthly data sets from the businesses would replicate what an environmental health inspection would look at. So 3 things around structure, hygiene, and confidence in management. We took all of those data sets in monthly, and when we saw things in those data that posed questions to us, or perhaps some trends, we could request additional data sets from those businesses. So, for example, I think the report quotes that we had access to 10,000 audit data points, which is a significant increase on the kind of 1,500 inspections that would have taken place during that period. That's not to say those 10,000 audit points would cover exactly the same items. So some of that would have been really relevant to us and some of it wouldn't. That was a learning process. In addition, during the trial, we undertook a series of verification visits to go out independently. We used 2 external environmental health professionals to go out to a series of premises that we'd selected and hadn't told them why we'd selected them. So they could have been because we could see something in the data and we wanted to check it was valid on the ground, or because we saw something that looked good and could we replicate that, or for a different reason. But the contractors weren't told that. And so when they went without a set of bias or prejudged outcomes and came back. And what it did show was that they could verify what we had anticipated through the data, they could see in the physical check in the premises. And that fed into those audit outcomes as well, utilising some analysis from our analytic unit colleagues within the FSA.
That's really helpful. I mean, what I was struck by when I read the report was that we were able to identify more non-compliances than had been spotted under the old system, and that's good. If there's a problem, I want to know about it. But what I suppose I hadn't fully appreciated the point that you made just then, which is that there were on-site inspections, and I suppose that's the equivalent really of unannounced inspections where somebody just goes in. So I think it's helpful to know that was also happening. Thank you. Okay, I know there's going to be lots of comments on this. Let's just think about how we're going to structure this. I'm going to ask Mark to go first, as Mark's been our lead board member for the ABC programme. Then I'm going to turn to Anthony and Rhian, because the Welsh and the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committees have had a chance to talk about this, and I think it would be helpful to hear sort of those collated views from stakeholders, and then I will open it up to the rest of the board. Mark.
Thank you, Susan. And yeah, as you say, I have taken the lead in terms of board engagement with this programme. And the first thing I wanted to do, if I may, is to just for a couple of minutes put to one side the conversation around enterprise level regulation or national regulation and actually have a look at the other achievements of this programme, because in the level of interest we've had in that part of the report, my fear is that we will lose sight of and the benefit of all of the other, frankly, hugely impressive work that's gone on in the rest of this programme and some of the real tangible things that have been delivered. So, for example, the new Food Standards Code of Practice has come out of this programme. Some of the engagement with the professional institutes around qualifications and our recognition of some of the apprenticeship kind of qualifications has come out of this programme. The aggregators charter in terms of delivery of takeaway food has come out of this programme. A revision of the Safer Food, Better Business guidance has come out of this programme, and I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this programme has delivered a massive amount in terms of food safety before I touch at all on any of the other issues around enterprise level regulation. Having said that about all of those issues, some of them are not complete. So things like the aggregators code, I know that we still want to develop that further, and there are still improvements that we want to make, but we have made good progress, and those areas I think have really contributed to safer food and an assurance around food being what it says it is.
Mark, actually, why don't we just pause at that point and let's have this conversation about the other things, and then I absolutely promise we'll leave plenty of time for the bigger issue. Anthony and Rhian, do you want to? Were there anything about ABC in general?
Yes. we discussed this last week at NIFAC, and Carmel's colleague Andrew Ashworth came along and presented the paper. So apologies if I shot the messenger, and that was certainly not the intention. That was not the approach we were taking.
You've worried me now.
Well, I think what happened was that ABC was not a surprise to NIFAC or to the board. We've been talking about it for quite a long time, and people have seen it going through, and Carmel and others have come and presented papers. So we understood it, and there was no real issue, but it did generate an awful lot of heat with our stakeholders, and just that day that came up. So we were trying to put those questions to Andrew to try and find out what was happening. And I think a lot of this was miscommunication or misunderstanding in terms of the communication going forward. And I think that's what generated the heat and the light of it. What I would say is that Northern Ireland stakeholders, I think, even though it has been discussed at the board, probably seen it for really the first time that it sparked their interest. They jumped to the conclusion that this was a pilot that was now into a rollout phase, given how they had interpreted the paper. And I think that was the source of the issue. There was a view that they hadn't had a chance to input or been consulted on it. There was an issue that Northern Ireland has a different regulatory framework than England, and you couldn't simply roll things across. I think we'll address all of those things today, and I think Carmel will deal with all of that. So I believe that the paper was fine, the reports and the outcomes of it are fine, but it was the next stages. So anything Carmel can say about next stages, details, and what that means, particularly for Wales, Northern Ireland, and not just England, would actually help an awful lot going forward.
Great, and we'll certainly come on to that. Rhian.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carmel. And we also had the benefit last week of having at WFAC the paper presented to us. Somewhat echoing what Anthony said, that the bulk of our discussion was around the national level regulation. So I won't do that just yet, because I know Mark's going to come back in and we'll proceed. But just a note, really, that WFAC and I am very keenly awaiting the results of the pilot of the food standards model in Wales, and it finished in February. And so we're all, champing at the bit to know what that looks like, what that is going to reveal to us. And we don't want any, because in the paper, and there's possibly a suggestion that will just be positive, and there's no reason to think it won't be, but we just need to see that information. And I suppose the longer we wait, the less able we are to think about Wales and in the context of the ABC programme generally. So as soon as you have it, I know you will share it, but it would be good to see that. Thank you.
Okay, so other board members, are there wider comments on the wider aspects of this paper, or are we all sort of content to note those achievements? And as Mark has said, many of these need to continue, but we'll probably hear about those just in routine reporting at the business committee, that those are continuing. I'm particularly keen that we accelerate the value to us of the charter with the aggregators. We've got all but one who only accept businesses with a 3 in their FHRS. I'm really keen that we get the last one. Remind me, Katie, who is it that's not? Somebody remind me. Anyway, we'll put it in the notes. Okay, one of the companies is still accepting business with a 2, and I'd really like to move them up to a 3, and I might actually use this as a prompt to get in touch with them about that. But yes, there's lots of good work to continue. We'll hear about that in the business committee. It's one of those times where I can feel people are itching to get onto things they really want to talk about. But just before we do that, Fiona, did you want to come in on some wider points on this?
It's not a wider point, it's about the charter. So before we move on, it sounds like it's been very successful. So congratulations. My question is, are we looking at going deeper with those businesses, given given the influence that they've had on their footprint of suppliers, the companies that are selling food through their platforms? Or should we really be focusing at trying to extend the Charter to much wider use across the online sector? Because it's a small but very important part. And I think that there's a case that could be made that we should be considering how we can get more online businesses to operate in this fashion.
Carmel, do you just want to answer that specific one?
It's a really helpful steer, and I think we're keen to do both where possible, Fiona, so across further platforms, but also with the current platforms in more detail. There is a kind of resource capacity question too, so we'll continue to kind of prioritise that work and update the board accordingly in terms of where we get to.
Okay, right. National level regulation. So, Mark, back to you, because I say you've been closer to this than the rest of us, and then we'll open it up.
Great, thanks, Susan. I think in relation to, clearly this is the area that's generated the public interest, and like Susan and Carmel, I would just like to express how grateful I am that people have taken the time to engage. I think that's really important as we develop our thinking in this space. I think it's really important today as a board that we are very clear about what the proposals in this paper do not represent. And they, to my mind, and I stand to be corrected, but I'm very clear in my mind, these are not deregulation and they are not private regulation of these big businesses. I think it's really important that we draw that line in the sand and make that very clear. I think when we look at these businesses, we do, and here I slightly regret the change of terminology from enterprise level regulation to national level regulation, because the issue with the way these businesses are represented under the current scheme is, regulated under the current scheme, is that they are regulated as a series of premises, and they're not regulated as a business. And therefore the term, to my mind, enterprise level regulation is actually what we were looking at, where we're looking at assurance at that business level of their compliance. Now, these businesses you have to recognise, and colleagues will forgive me, I have made this point before, their compliance levels are very high, but when you do risk management, you look at two things. Sorry if I'm teaching Granny to suck eggs here, but you look at the chance of something going wrong and the impact if it does go wrong. These businesses are generally highly compliant. The chance of something going wrong is relatively low. It's not nil, but it is relatively low. But the impact if it does go wrong is huge. They supply 95% of the food that we buy as consumers. Because of that and their impact as a business, actually the way they're regulated as local premises doesn't mitigate the risk of that impact if something goes wrong at enterprise level, at business level. So the proposals that we have here and some of the next steps that we're looking at, to my mind, are really focused not on deregulation, but on better regulation of those businesses at that business level. The current system of regulation, as we've seen from the paper, has a local authority inspection taking place at these premises, maybe once a year or maybe once every 3 years. Those inspections obviously hugely valuable and carried out by hugely qualified and experienced professionals. But this programme has businesses being challenged on their performance monthly. Potentially that's 36 times greater challenge for their regulatory performance and their food safety performance than they receive currently from the existing system. So to my mind, actually a system where we are regulating at that business level, not at local shop level, is critically important to manage the risk of the impact those businesses can have. In terms of the next steps, the next steps planning that we're talking about here, as Carmel has highlighted, is about utilising the law as it currently exists, and particularly working very closely with those local authorities who hold primary authority relationships with the businesses, and helping them and understanding with them, setting things like inspection plans. This is a legally backed inspection plan that all authorities in the country would have to follow, and it would enable us to work with the primary authority and the business to focus those inspection plans on where the risk is, so that we're not doing generic inspections of individual premises where we don't understand the risk to the business or of the business to consumers, we can work with the business and with the primary authority to focus inspection where the risk is, and therefore be more preventative in terms of that kind of public health challenge. So the last point is, we heard yesterday how much businesses that trade across sort of local authority boundaries really value the primary authority relationship in giving them assured advice into things, and even at the point where they're having trusted conversations in developing their thinking about the changes they might make as a business to ensure their level of compliance is built into their thinking. So that's not about inspection, that's about helping the businesses to grow and improve in a regulatory compliant way, and in a way that always ensures safe food. So to my mind, what we're proposing here, and the next steps we're proposing here, is, as I say, not deregulation, it's not lowering regulation. It has food safety absolutely front and centre of the regulatory plan, and it is about better regulating those businesses that have a national impact. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Mark, thank you. That was a very clear, and I think made that really valuable points about risk and impact. You mentioned what we heard yesterday. We did a visit to Morrison's site yesterday, where we were hearing about this. But I've also heard back informally from other retailers who have been part of the pilot. What I think is very interesting is that this is, as Mark said, quite considerably more scrutiny. It's quite considerably more demands on them in providing data, but they have been extremely supportive of it. And I think that comes down to food safety is a shared goal. It is not in businesses' interest. They want to keep food safe. And I think what we've also heard from them is this issue about the relationship with the primary authority. And I think what we need to do is to think of this as a real ecosystem with different people playing different parts in it, working together. So yeah, it has been absolutely fascinating to see the pilot. Comments from others. Rhian, was there anything more you wanted to raise from Wales about national level regulation? Then I'll do the same from Northern Ireland and then open it up to others.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I think when we met at WFAC and certainly subsequently in the correspondence that Susan has received from Welsh stakeholders and the questions we've received, the way it's presented in the paper hasn't really helped that conversation in Wales, I don't think. I think it was useful to have the local authority paper flowing into this, because there is this sort of appreciation of the difference between small and new businesses and the very large retailers, and telling us that repeatedly and turning that over is really quite helpful to think about the why we're even thinking about this in the first place. But yeah, just to get into it, I want to acknowledge the strength of feeling that we've seen in Wales, and it absolutely reflects that we haven't done enough by any means to communicate what this is about in Wales to the stakeholders that we value. And I'll come on to the positives and how we progress from here in a minute, but we've got to acknowledge it. There was some incredible, Susan, you've said, but there's some really important points made in those correspondence and questions that we can't, well, we wouldn't ignore them anyway. But I think, so plainly, and the map at the back of the document sort of shows it anyway, Wales is quite out of synchrony with the timeline on which we might progress. Now, the reason why that's the case is kind of history. We are where we are. Starting right now today, I think we have the opportunity is to get back on the same track as England, and to make sure we're carrying our stakeholders with us on that journey. And let's be really clear, it's only about exploring it, as others have said. We're not doing anything right now, we're just exploring it. Because the risk, of course, is the dreaded D word, which is divergence. And we really can't afford to have branches of retailers in Wales with primary authorities, as that happens, based in England, and not be on the same page when it comes to how we are keeping food safe across the United Kingdom. So you know, you can tell from my voice, you know, so whatever I can do, and Susan is with me on this to make sure we do now engage with stakeholders, is we will do that, okay? So at WFAC though, because I know it's important to pull through, so that we were concerned, WFAC members were clearly concerned about this possibility of divergence in the exploratory phase. Also concerned about any new way of working being viewed as in a very negative way, and the word disconnect came up a lot. So disconnecting our local authorities in Wales from the bigger food businesses. So one question was, how would we ensure, how do we figure out how the business information that we are gathering in the primary authorities elsewhere flows back to our local authorities in Wales, so we don't lose that knowledge and awareness of the branches of retailers that are within Wales, so that flow of info. So I think it's important to acknowledge this does feel different in Wales because the geography is different and the primary authorities are largely in England, so it feels different. And also, what are the unintended consequences, given that the primary authorities sit elsewhere geographically, largely? We have to think through at this very early stage, and this is where phase 1 comes in. What are any unintended consequences of that in terms of retailer behaviour subsequently? You know, we've got, you know, the retailers that are feeding us in Wales, you know, there's an awful lot of branches there, and we just need to think through any unintended consequences of the food businesses and their behaviours about whether they would still continue to serve us well in Wales. Anyway, to flip it around, so clearly a need for engagement, Susan, and I've been supporting her with this, has established, as you said at the beginning, Susan, some really early engagement with Welsh Government ministers, the new cabinet. We do have engagement with the WLGA. I have met Chris Llewellyn, the chief exec, twice since I've been in this role. I could always do more in that respect, so that's an action to take to continue that conversation. But it's got a really good foundation, because when I met Chris last, we talked about the collaboration agreement that is between FSA and WLGA and Welsh Government. So we've got a really good basis, and the spirit of collaboration is already there, and so we can build on that. Absolutely at WFAC, there was no suggestion that this was a deregulation piece. None whatsoever. There's no concern there. But yeah, so phase 1, what does it look like for Wales? So I would really like to see the next time we consider this, whenever that might be, more detail about what is going to happen in Wales and with Welsh stakeholders that represents the phase 1, if you will. I think it would be a good investment of time to break that out in any subsequent briefing document that we see, if only to make sure everyone's assured we're on the same page. I think that's probably it. I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. Anthony, anything to add to that?
Just to echo everything that WFAC had said, I think were just issues that came up in Northern Ireland as well. I would say that NIFAC didn't have a major problem with this. In terms of pure technical stuff, I think the only point was on 5.3, which indicated that there would actually be very few or a very little reduction in the number of inspections going forward. And there was a question, well, was it worth the cost-benefit analysis? But I think Mark has already indicated that it is actually, that there's a real benefit here going forward. A couple of points that I think we should just make again. Deregulation is not an issue for Northern Ireland. We weren't really looking at that in NIFAC. But the other D word of divergence was a big issue, and we need to just avoid that going forward. There was the interdependency of this with the food hygiene rating scheme, and the fact that it's mandatory in Northern Ireland and it's not in England. So therefore, there was a big issue here about what that would mean and how that would work. There was a concern about how we combine standards and hygiene inspections in one visit, and what that might mean for people going forward. But our next NIFAC meeting, which I was going to mention this afternoon, but I'll mention now, is a themed meeting with local authorities. So we have them all in next month. So I am going to invite Carmel along. We will put a paper on, and it's just to reassure people and try and get it going positively. I think it's a good paper. I think people just saw it as for noting and thought that this was an agreed way forward and we were going to run it out through the 3 nations, and not that it was just a pilot and we're trying to still learn lessons. So just something in the communications.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful just to hear that. And I think, funnily enough, consumers and stakeholders in the devolves don't feel that differently to what people in England feel. And there is quite a consensus, I think, in the comments we've heard. Some of the detail, for example, things like FHRS came out in the questions, and these are some of the real practical details. It's all very well to have a vision, but a vision isn't going to work until you've sorted out the knotty details, and that is going to have to come in the next steps. Can I open it up now to others on the board who might want to comment on this? So David got in first, then Hayley, then Margaret. Then I'll come to this side of the table.
Thank you, Chair. I generally welcome the concept of national inspection for big food businesses and those with multiple outlets, and we do need to work this up. It's probably the only way to reduce, in the long term, local authority pressures. And I stress, again, like others have done, this is not some deregulation hangover from the last government. Now, if I can briefly set out the concerns I had from reading the paper and the notes I made on that, which have been largely offset by what Carmel said today and the brilliant discourse from Mark. I was concerned about the sentence in paragraph 5.3 saying this is the first stage in a gradual move away from reliance from local authority inspection and towards a business level of assessment data for these premises. Now, I accept that looking at the overall data provided by a supermarket for its 1,000 outlets may give a broader picture of their food compliance regime, and it could be automated and AI used, etc., etc. However, I don't want this to become a sort of working from home, inadequate inspection scenario where a bunch of computer analysts sitting in an office poring over spreadsheets and no one on the ground has an experience of looking in the fridges and freezers to find the food safety failings. Now, EHOs do a fantastic job, but the present system has its failings. It's not working. So I think national data analysis, yes, but we do need some local inspection as well. I think Carmel was very reassuring in that, and I found that terribly reassuring. So I would like Katie and Carmel to work up a further paper on this, on the next steps to take it forward. And the key thing to me is more consultation, yes, not consultation on whether we do it or not, but consultation on how to get it right with the local authorities. And as I say, my main concerns I read from the paper have now been reassured by what Mark had to say about this.
Thank you, David. That's really helpful. I just want to reiterate this point about this is not coming from a place about saving resources. We know local authorities are pressed. Maybe this will help a little bit in their risk assessment. I don't think it's really going to save resource. For me, this is about doing it better and getting better outcomes. And I think, we've sort of, because we've spent so much time talking about everybody's very pressed, as the comments make clear, it's not going to save much. But it is, I think, what the pilot shows, it identifies more non-compliances, and that has to be a good thing. So it's about improving standards. Okay, Hayley was next.
Thank you. I mean, just on that point, three brief things. But the first I was going to say is about keeping this in perspective. At a regime level, we're talking about minimising inspections in the the low hundreds in terms of 600,000 premises to inspect. So from that perspective, I don't think we need to get over, anxious about that. I do completely agree with and continue to support the proposals to implement and to expand ultimately, given the scale of the challenge we face in this whole area. So I don't think I would change my view on that from previous discussions that we've had. And just to comment on that primary authority relationship, I think resetting and reviewing that would be a good thing for all parties. Clearly it's very valuable, but the retail and the food landscape has evolved so much since that was established that I think that's a really healthy thing to review at this time. Thank you.
Margaret.
Thank you. And I think Mark was absolutely spot on, and other colleagues. And because a lot of time has been given to Northern Ireland and Wales, England also has a voice, and that's where the vast majority of these businesses and allies are. So briefly, just to add in a way, I think it's really important to show our appreciation and support for our frontline staff, the EHOs and others. They do an amazing job. It's really important to bring them on board and to consult more. I think some of the language in the paper has been misinterpreted. I think words like national are a bit loaded. This is absolutely, as colleagues have said, about centralising intelligence and data to help LAs. It's about a centralised system for those large national businesses. So I think, as Mark pointed out, the word enterprise would be better, or centralised, or something different to make that very, very clear. Because we have agreed in the past that the system for them has not always been perfect. So I think I'd like also to show wide support for the wider work that Katie, that Carmel and our other staff have done on this. Looking forward to a deeper consultation with those on the ground, and including the HOs, obviously. Just a couple of questions. One is, some concern in the letters has been about, will people lose their jobs? Can you assure us, as you do mention in the paper, that this is not part of the plan, that the number of inspections which may be reduced would be small? And can you also give assurances on FHRS, because I would not want to see the FHRS scheme destabilised in any way, because it's one of the big success stories of the FSA.
Thank you. On this side of the table, Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything everybody else has said, because there's been some great points raised. But I guess it's important to say, and certainly from the perspective that I'd bring, that this isn't about a desktop policy ambition. It's a response to a dynamic system changing. And that's not something that's been driven by the FSA, but driven by the circumstances of how business is dynamic, how it is operating, and I will use the word national level, although I recognise the nuances around that. And we as a regulator have got to respond to that. So there isn't a case for just sitting still. So I think it's important to get that. However, the style and complexion of how we do it is critical. And I think what's been great around today is listening to, and I will use these words, a degree of humility and empathy for the system we're trying to work with to get both the tone and the approach right. Great to hear that, both from what Mark said, but also Carmel and the team. So I do think we just need to give some pause in relation to the different nations, but also to that style. However, I think that should be a pause in how we intellectually approach it and some of the practical arrangements. But I think actually, as I say, the case for change is overwhelming, and we need to proceed with this, but it's about getting it right. And I will just say something about the human interface, about the EHOs and the sort of human front line. It is really important that we keep their confidence in how we're approaching this, so they see what is being done as a complementarity and enhancement to the system, not as a replacement of the system. I know only too well from aspects of business I deal with where we lose the human element, and actually it just makes life costly, frustrating and difficult at the enterprise level, the business level. And being mindful, and Carmel was very good in how she related this, that there is now due consideration about how that's being done. It may not have been captured in the words necessarily, but it's certainly captured in the intent. So I think what I've heard today fills me with a lot more reassurance, and I do think we are moving in the right direction, but just be mindful around those nuances. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, did you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. Again, I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said. I think that the work that you've done on this project is actually very exciting. Using data wasn't possible a decade ago. And what we're now looking at is how we can use new systems of intelligence appropriately so that they actually underpin our process of regulation. It's really important to recognise that. But I think there are a few gaps that we should be looking at going forward. One is, what is the where does the buck stop? I think there's been concern expressed about whether the local authorities will still have that role. Where does FSA step in? we probably need to have a very clear understanding of what that line of responsibility is, so that everyone is reassured about what their role is in the system and that there's no ambiguity, because if there's legal challenge, then the system has to stack up. The other request I would make is at some point, and it may not be in this immediate phase, it would be really helpful to model what happens in a food incident so that we know that the controls are going to be in place for that. And then the third request I would make is that in the paper, David, that you've requested, I mean, I think it would be really helpful if we have a next paper, but it should really look at what resource we need to be putting in place to establish this new system of operation in a strategic way, because we're not going to fund it and make it happen in a year or 12 months. It's going to take longer than that, as you've set out in your roadmap. But we need to know that we've got the money to do that effectively. And in that process, also map out what FSA resource is going to need to be to support this new system.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I mean, that's really been a very helpful discussion. I think that what I'm hearing is very clear support from the board for this concept of using data to supplement what local authorities and primary authorities are already doing. And I've also heard lots of advice to officials here from the board about language, about communication, about ways of going forward, and emphasising in particular this issue about divergence and really ensuring that we try to to live up to our one UK approach. I'm conscious that scattered through the discussion, there have been some very, very specific questions, not least Margaret's point about FHRS. I'm actually going to suggest that we don't ask Carmel to answer that right now, because I think there are a whole raft of very specific questions which came up in the comments to the board, and I think these need to be thought through. And rather than an off-the-cuff thing, I just think a more thoughtful working through the details more important. So Carmel, you're probably making loads of notes, but unless there's something burning that you want to say, I'm going to suggest that we reserve all of the thinking for a subsequent paper, and I want to propose a bit of a plan as to how we take this forward. But is there anything particular that you wanted to add, having heard the board's discussion?
Just one point of clarification, really, please, Susan. And that's around the primary authority function. So these large businesses don't have to have a primary authority. It's a choice that they make. But an English primary authority can't advise on Welsh matters. So these retailers have both a Welsh primary authority and an English primary authority. But then just to acknowledge all of the points around the language and the communication, and really just for us to consider how we take that forward. As I said earlier, I think we're right at the start of the journey here, and I'm really grateful for the steer on where to go with the next steps of that. Thank you.
This has been a big topic. I know it's one that you were closely involved with before you moved into the chief exec role, so I'm also sort of unusually just going to give you a moment if there was anything that you wanted to add, just having heard this conversation.
Thank you, Susan. I wanted to particularly pick up on the questions that we've received, which have been very detailed and thorough, very helpful, and it's clear that people have put a huge amount of time and effort already into engaging just in the period between when we published our board papers and today. As Susan said, that there's sort of three categories. There's ones about the principle, is it safe, is it deregulation, and so on. There's ones about how the detail's going to work, and there are ones about process. I'm hoping people have had some reassurance from the discussion today about the principle. The detail is absolutely something we need to develop with our delivery partners in local authorities and primary authorities and with stakeholders more generally. And that is why I'm really concerned about the ones about the process, because we do pride ourselves on being open and transparent in the FSA. We've certainly not been secretive about the fact that we're doing the trial. I've spoken about it at every CIEH conference in the last 3 years, I think, and we've talked about it at a lot of local authority groups in every visit. But there clearly is a perception that we've somehow done a big leap forward in secret. And that is a real concern for me and for the team, because that's not how we want to work. So I just wanted to give a commitment to everybody who's written in the organisations and the groups. that what we absolutely want to do is engage with you as we develop this thinking. I think you've heard a very clear steer on that from the board, but we cannot get this right without you. And we would really, really welcome your help in the coming months as we work up the next paper.
Okay, thank you. And so on that note, can I ask you to work up the proposals for the next steps and in some detail and bring that to us at our next board meeting in December with, as Katie said, full engagement with all of the people involved. We can't do this alone. We've got to learn from their experience on the ground. And as you'll have gathered, the board want to continue to keep very close oversight on this work. I also want to have the opportunity, now we've got the paper, we've got the ideas out in public, to have an opportunity to discuss these proposals with ministers in all three governments to really gauge their appetite for change. Because the long-term ideas that you've sketched out here would require legislation, and that is a matter for ministers. It is not for the FSA. So, let me be very explicit that the board is not willing to endorse proposals for that kind of long-term legislative change at this point. I think that's a separate matter. The trial is promising, but there's an awful lot of detail to be worked up. So I think in essence what we're saying is yes to the next steps, with a checkpoint in December before that takes effect, when we've got chance to see the detailed proposals. And we are not agreeing to any more radical steps beyond that at this point. And indeed, I suggest that in December we just focus on next steps and we separate out the longer term vision and come to that at a later date. It's, I think, been good that we've shared that thinking with everybody, but now that we've done that, now what we all know what it might look like, let's work on the next steps and take it in a more graduated way. But thank you, echoing Katie's thoughts to the people who've written, and we really do value those comments. Thank you to officials for, I think, really taking on board that whilst it may have felt like we've done a lot of consultation, that's not how it's been felt by people on the other side, and that often happens. Let's reset and move forward, and we look forward to having another conversation about this in December. Is everybody, board members, are you comfortable with that as a position we've got to today? All right, thank you very much, Carmel, to you and your team. Thank you. And to all the retailers who've been taking part in the pilot. Yeah, we can't do it without you either. Thank you. We are a little bit behind time, and we actually started that item early, so I think we've given that probably about 50 minutes, but it definitely warranted it. I want us to, talk about the things that matter to people. We will break now for coffee, and I suggest we come back at 25 past 11 and restart then. Thank you very much. Use the microphone. Welcome back, everyone, and we've now got a relatively short session before lunch, but we've got two very important papers to discuss. So I'm pleased the first is on precautionary allergen labelling, so I'm really pleased to welcome Natasha Smith, who's our Deputy Director of Food Policy, to the table. Before we start on this paper, you will all be aware of the recent inquest into the death of Hannah Jacobs, and I want to start by offering my condolences to Hannah's mother and indeed to the rest of her family and all those families who have lost a loved one because of food allergies. Hannah tragically died after drinking a hot chocolate which was mistakenly served with dairy milk and not soya, as her mother had requested. We will, of course, be carefully considering the points raised by the coroner at the inquest and any recommendations that may come out from the forthcoming report on that. I think this case is another a sad reminder of the importance of the FSA's work on allergens to improve the protections that are in place for people with food hypersensitivities. It is absolutely essential that people can buy and eat food with confidence, and that they've got the right information on which they can make their own choices. Our previous board discussions have, in recent times, have really focused on eating out, and that does remain a priority area because that is where we see most of the incidents occurring. But today's discussion is very specifically about precautionary allergen labelling, or PAL labelling as it's sometimes called, which is what's used on pre-packed food. So for example, the things that you buy in the supermarket with their may contain labels. Generally, these pre-packed foods are safe products, they're produced in controlled environments, and we have relatively few incidents. However, we know from the consumer research we've done, and probably from our own experience, that PAL statements sometimes can be quite confusing. And as a result, some people just don't really quite know what it's telling them. How worried should they be by a PAL label or not? Now, in the UK, we do have some guidance on the use of PAL, which businesses work to, but that isn't necessarily the case in many other countries. Indeed, there are lots of countries that have no guidance at all to businesses on how to use PAL. So the context for our discussion today is really the ongoing work that's going on in Codex Alimentarius, which is the international standard setting body, really to consider whether a more standardised approach internationally would be appropriate for precautionary allergen labelling. So I'm going to hand over to Natasha in a moment to introduce the specifics of this discussion, but perhaps just useful for me to remind board members about what our role is in this, because when it comes to Codex, it gets slightly more complex. So the board's role will be to provide advice to ministers, which will inform the UK position in Codex. The timelines for Codex are not absolutely clear. It may be some while before it reaches a conclusion, but what we will need to do is to give an indication of the UK position later this year. And so this discussion is very much to help inform and develop how we think and feel about PAL labelling internationally. I want to be very clear, both to board members and to anybody listening, at this stage, this is not about any changes to guidance on PAL in the UK. This is about thinking what we want to contribute into the international discussion. So if I can just ask you to keep that in mind. Of course, this also matters to Food Standards Scotland. I was able to talk to Heather Kelman, their chair, about this last week, and they will be taking that to their board for discussion, but that will be later this year. So really with that context, I'll now hand over to Natasha. Thank you for the paper, which I think was helpful in explaining the Codex process, explaining where we're up to. And maybe now if you can just talk us through some of the specific proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I just want to give a little bit of context about the use of precautionary allergen labelling, or PAL, and then briefly set out the potential developments that we're going to discuss today. So PAL is all about the risk of accidental contamination. Businesses should be carrying out risk assessments and risk management action to minimise their contamination. If a risk still remains, then it can be appropriate to use PAL. It's not about allergens being hidden low-level ingredients. If that's the case, it should be on the label. Most things with PAL won't have the allergen in them, but it's important to correctly communicate where there is a small chance that it may be there. Use of PAL is voluntary. The legal requirements are, as always, to have food that is safe, and there is no such thing as zero risk, so PAL helps businesses and consumers manage that fact. Every day, businesses are making subjective management decisions about whether or not to use PAL, and we need to help them to do this well. In the UK, we've done a lot on PAL in recent years. The system works, but there are some areas that we could improve. Moving on to thresholds. Thresholds in relation to PAL are not new. Businesses can already choose to use them as part of their risk assessment. Many do so on a best available basis, including here in the UK. So the conversation today, as Susan said, is about standardising voluntary practice at a global level to aid the risk assessment process, to boost consumer trust, and to balance consumer choice. So I hope you've all had a chance to read the paper, and obviously I'm happy to expand on any of the detail. I just wanted to draw out the 2 key points for discussion. So the Codex work is about producing voluntary guidelines for the application of PAL, It's based around 4 principles, and the majority of these are in line with our position here in the UK, but I welcome your views on those principles. And we're also interested in your views of using thresholds as a way of standardising the risk management process, and particularly if you feel the evidence is yet sufficient to support setting a common threshold.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. That was very, very clear. Before I open it, well, let me open it up directly, actually, for comments on this. Again, as I often do, I think it's useful. I'm going to go to the Welsh and the Northern Ireland advisory committees because it really is an opportunity to hear from your stakeholders about their response to this. Let's start with you, Rhian.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the paper. It was really interesting to read it, and appreciating it's a really complex topic. So when we discussed it at WFAC last week, the complexity of it kind of came through. So we never want to admit defeat on anything, but there's a lot to get your head around at this stage to make an informed observation about this topic. So I suppose I'll set it. Hopefully we're not alone in this respect, but it was a lot. So broadly though, the principle of setting a standard threshold feels quite a pragmatic thing to do, and it would give, you know, if one were at that position, it would give consistency, which is what you mentioned in the report, for food businesses and for consumers, and you can see the idea being a sound one. But I think WFAC members struggled a bit because there isn't enough data, we didn't think, to be able to say with confidence that a certain standard, EDO 5 or any other EDO, is the right one at this point. So, and that's coupled with the fact that the testing isn't available for all the 14 allergens right now at EDO 5, if we took that as an example. And I know testing will always catch up. There'll always be ways to test if we're compelled to do so. But right now, it's hard to think about a threshold because of the absence of some of that testing. So I think to conclude it then, it's a complex topic. I wish we were further along in many ways because of the incredible, the reasons for consumer protection that Susan started with. But I think from WFAC discussions for now, I don't think we'd be comfortable suggesting that a particular threshold was appropriate. I think it's about keeping a watching brief. And there are considerations. I know you're looking very closely at any trade implications. We don't want to disadvantage ourselves or create more burden on food businesses in order to export, etc. So it's a watching brief. But I think for now, WFAC and me conveying it weren't really able to come down on a particular threshold right now.
Anthony.
Thank you. We had a very good discussion on this, and it is a very detailed area. One of my colleagues on NIFAC did spot the error in the paper that I'm sure that James has probably told you about, which is in relation to 5.4, where it says that on a packet of peanuts you'll find a thing saying may contain nuts. The point is nuts and peanuts have different allergen characterizations because trees and groundnuts are different. So it is right to have that on there. So that's the confusion even in the expert world. So we did have those discussions. I think generally they found that it actually was helpful to have this guidance for industry, that colleagues who are in the industries, in pre-packed foods particularly, found it was quite useful to have this, and the difference between thresholds, etc. But going back to the point, this is about accidental contamination and not about actually setting limits. If it's there, it should be on the labels. So they thought that was actually quite good. Where we veered off it a little bit was into the mass sort of catering side and business to business and adopting labels all the way through. So may contain then, should that come out into finished products. And one issue that was raised was school meals, because obviously children who have high allergen issues have special meals and they're looked after, but generally in Northern Ireland anyway, there isn't enough mass production of some of this stuff. So the people who are providing the meals in schools are going out and buying this off supermarket shelves. And there was the worry just that, is that sufficient for what we're actually preparing the meals and providing them to children? So all in all, it was a good paper. They were happy enough with the direction of travel. But it is a complex issue that I think sometimes the public don't necessarily understand as well as we would like them to.
Thank you. So let me open it up to others. Margaret, I can... Margaret, not
Guess
quite...
what? I've got something to say. First of all, thank you to Natasha, to James, to Rebecca, and to your teams for a lot of work on this and for briefing me along the way. And I do have a son with nut allergy, an adult son, and so I followed this closely. To me, and the other thing is I support, since you've been asking for it, A, B, and D of the Codex stuff. So we're talking one little thing which I don't support, which is C. And I think the reasons are, for me, it seems bonkers that we're even considering introducing quite a high threshold, allowing allergens, potentially without labelling. We, the FSA, commissioned our Scientific Advisory Committee to investigate this, and their findings, which were updated last month, are very categorical. I'll quote the last paragraph of this report. It says, using doses based on the higher EDOF, which is what C is all about, as opposed to a lower threshold, would significantly impact on public health. And they call for more rigorous evaluation. And if we ignore our globally respected scientists, then what's the point of having these committees? I would also add that low-level allergic reactions is dangerous because at every exposure, an allergen will get worse and the reaction will be worse, and therefore it can eventually lead to death, even if it starts low level. And every allergen, all the different ones, and every person is different. So setting any threshold is, as I think Rhiannon pointed out, impossible. The FSA's current position is we don't have enough scientific evidence to set any thresholds, and I see no justification for changing that. In fact, I believe the scientists who say it could have that significant impact on public health. At the fore of all this, in my thinking, is the fact that the Food Standards Act and our strategic plan commit us on the board to putting consumers and food safety first, before diplomacy, because this is about codex, before industry. And we have to retain our independence as board members, and we have to resort to the evidence to do what's best for consumers in Northern Ireland and Wales and England.
Thank you, Margaret. So I think I've heard in the comments we've had so far on your first point, which is about the general concept of Codex doing some work. Absolutely, we think it would be good if there was some guidance, some standardisation and some consistency, and to bring other countries up to where we are in the UK in having advice on PAL. This is I don't imagine anybody is going to disagree with three of those four principles, A, B and D, because that is very similar to what we have in the UK at the moment, which we've always been comfortable with. I'm seeing lots of nods around the table, so I'm going to focus our conversation entirely on how we feel about the threshold issue. We know that some businesses do use thresholds as part of their own risk assessment to inform them about whether they, and nobody's, and that's probably helpful to them, and nobody is suggesting that should be changed. The question is whether this becomes an international standard with the expectation that that is what would be done across all of the 14 allergens where there is any risk of contamination, and also the level at which that would be set. So I'd really welcome comments from people. Margaret's made the case for why there may not be sufficient evidence to do that. There are also, of course, potential benefits in having, or arguably some potential benefits in having a standardised value, which would be clearer for consumers. I'd really like to hear the board's views on where you think we should come out on this, absolutely bearing in mind Margaret's point that our duty is to do the best for consumers. The challenge we have here is there are a group of people who have specific hypersensitivities, and we need to think about them in the context of our whole population approach. Justin.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, I support the position that this is not the time for thresholds. And I think it's important to frame it as this is not the time. The evidence is not there sufficiently enough to be able to make the judgment, to give the advice to ministers, but also to make the judgment of what is the potential cost of choosing a particular threshold in terms of lives lost, hospitalisation and harm to health, which is our primary duty as the FSA in terms of protecting life and protecting the health of the population through safer food. So I think it is important to note it's not no thresholds, never. It is not now. There is not enough evidence to support moving to a threshold position currently. And that can be reviewed at a future point if there is better evidence around this. But I think it would be very difficult for us to support a move to thresholds based on the evidence that's been presented, but also to give advice to ministers on what the potential risk of the different thresholds that are being considered as part of this would be to the UK population.
Thank you. Hayley.
Thank you. I do recognise the complicated nature of this topic, so I hope my point isn't overly simplistic. But to boil it down, the fundamental principle is that we should not agree to anything that increases risks to UK consumers. We went to visit Whitworth's Brothers flour mill yesterday, and we talked to them about this and their approach as manufacturers, and they were of the same view that actually anything that increases risks is not something that we should be adopting. I agree with Margaret. Our own scientific advisors have said that EDO5 does increase risk, and I think on that basis we should reject the proposals at this time, whilst recognising for other countries this is a massive step forward, so they should absolutely crack on. The other point I wanted to make is in reference to section 5 in the paper, though, which does highlight that we do need to inject some clarity and consistency on PAL in the UK to reduce the variation how and when businesses are applying PAL. But I think that should be our immediate focus at this time before we make any big policy decisions.
Can I just clarify one point, because I think it's just shorthand in our conversations. We don't know. I don't think we can say that EDO5 would increase risk. We can't say that because we haven't got any thresholds in at the moment. I think the point that COT were making is that inevitably EDO5 presents a higher risk than a lower EDO anything else, something lower would. But I think when we're comparing it to the current situation where there's variability of practice, we just don't know. We just don't know what the impact on risk would be. So I think that is just an important clarification. Yeah. Sounds a bit teacherly. David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a very important subject. And when I read the paper at the beginning, the first time I read it, I thought this was terribly complex. Having read it a couple more times, I thought, no, we're being asked to make a simple decision between eliciting dose 01, or, which is British only, or eliciting dose 05 as recommended by Codex. And of course, Codex are not considering 01. That would only be a British opt-out.
Neither are we, David. Neither are we. We don't have any thresholds here. We're not.
No.
We haven't considered introducing them.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Now, I think we all deeply respect the judgments of our own COT, but as I read it in the paper, they didn't have the additional information which Codex had in coming to their 05 recommendation. Who knows what COT would decide if they had that extra information Codex had. And this is one of those very rare occasions when I disagree with my colleague Margaret, because I am satisfied that the EDO5 level is safe and could be the threshold if the Codex does go down the route of creating thresholds. And of course, there's a higher risk of EDO5 in the proportion of the population which are hypersensitive. But what really persuaded me was at the extreme end of the spectrum, those who might suffer death, as I read in the paper, the death risk for EDO1 and EDO5 is exactly the same, and it's infinitesimally small. And that persuaded me, therefore, that Codex EDO5 could be right. I'm a great believer in Codex as an organisation in the world, and I don't believe that if the time comes when they come to this decision that we should make a different one, which would be disadvantageous to our exporters and would not give our consumers the same choice. If we ended up in Britain going for EDO1 and the rest of the world is in EDO5, I think that would limit the food that's available. However, therefore I would recommend that if DEFRA are going to have a view on this, my view would be they should opt for EDO5 if it ever comes for a decision in the next few years. And the final point I'd make is this may all be academic, since I believe that most food businesses, include not just small ones, will still continue to put precautionary allergen labelling on their products. Whether their insurers and their lawyers will insist on it, because they'll all be terrified that with the best will in the world and they try and do everything correct, if they have an accident, and we have another Natasha's a case like we have with Pret a Manger, they'll be terrified of the reputational damage and the cost. So they'll all put it on in any case, I suspect.
Okay, thank you, David. I mean, it's really helpful, I think, just to have this range of views for others really to consider. Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I want to agree that having a threshold, I think, is unenforceable at the moment because the tests aren't there. The tests aren't even there to establish a threshold for several allergens, let alone at a lower level. So that, to me, is the most important practical barrier to recognise. And adopting something like that on an international scale will just add to confusion in terms of products that are crossing borders, because there won't be confidence that what comes in can actually have been managed in such a way without an allergen label, so that the consumer is going to be safe. So I think it potentially puts our consumers at greater risk. Actually trying to enforce an international process for adopting PAL is, to me, the first step. So I think recommending that is a good thing to progress towards. My concern domestically is that small businesses will continue to use PAL in particular, because they just won't have the regimes and the budgets to look at repeated testings, particularly when their ingredients are changing on a regular basis. You know, a lot of small businesses are printing a label on a day of production. And you know, they can't carry out a risk assessment on that basis. So I think there's lots of flaws in here, but going with A, B and D is good, ignoring C is also good.
Thank you, that's helpful. Robin, do you want to comment on the sort of science of this?
Yeah, certainly, thanks. So I thought I'd just pick up on a couple of points on of the science. So on COT, I think it's important to note the question we asked COT, which was, if one was to have a threshold, would it make a difference what that threshold was? We didn't ask them to consider the current situation without thresholds, and so there's nothing in there. And in terms of the data access, so what they had access to was the report from Codex, but not the underpinning data that went into it. And they also, of course, didn't consider other forms of data, but we didn't ask them to. For example, the impact it might have on people shopping at retail, the impact it might have on trade or any of those things. They specifically looked at the issue of thresholds. The other point I was just going to pick up quickly was David's point about this most severe end of allergies, anaphylaxis and death. And the reason that doesn't scale you know, in the same way is the point that Natasha made, which is, of course, this is not about a level that will be in all products. This is about a maximum level. Just as if you drive out into a country lane and you see a speed limit that says your maximum national speed limit of 60, it does not mean you bomb around country lanes at 60 miles an hour. It means that is the absolute maximum, and you need to scale related to that. So there is no suggestion that the threshold would mean that every single product you eat had the allergen at that level. It means that if you're a producer, that is the maximum level you've set. And so actually, in reality, very few of those products would have that level of contamination.
Thank you, Robin. I just want to add one other point, which is a sort of personal reflection when I read this paper rather than me as chair. So this is really just sort of contributing to the discussion. The other thing that makes me personally a bit anxious about this, the threshold issue, is that we haven't previously considered this in the UK. We've let businesses do it if they want to, but we've never issued specific advice. So we haven't gone through the risk assessment of the pros and cons of having a threshold or what that should be. So I'm feeling a little bit sort of bounced into this scientifically. I'm also feeling really concerned that we haven't had an opportunity to talk to businesses and, most importantly, to talk to people with food hypersensitivities about how they feel about thresholds and how they feel about this whole codex proposal. As I say, 3 of the elements I feel confident they'll be supportive of because they've been, that's what we do here. But I do worry that at this point I don't feel we should be agreeing to something which we haven't scientifically investigated or consulted on. And certainly when I spoke to Heather Kelman at FSS, I think she was in a similar place of feeling that she really wanted to hear. It's easy for us to envisage lots of risks, but maybe we haven't thought through perhaps there are benefits. But at the end of the day, we just need a rounded picture. And I think I would want to have a paper in front of me which put those views. So yeah, that's my own view. Let's not forget consultation. We're all struggling to get to speed with this, and we haven't actually asked our constituencies and our stakeholders and people who are affected by food hypersensitivities what they think. Natasha, Tim, go on.
Yeah, just a quickie. I mean, like others, I spent a number of times reading supporting papers to try and find the simple message. And, as a member of the public and as someone who's, friends and family who have hypersensitivities and allergies, who wouldn't want to support the notion of having a PAL? However, as a scientist and someone who, grown up in scientific methodology, what I see is not compelling at the moment to make a clear-cut decision. And if we're a science-led organisation, which I think we pride ourselves on, that does put us at a disadvantage. So all I think we can do is look forward to where more evidence is available so that we're in a much clearer position rather than making a more emotive decision today.
Okay, Natasha, I'm not sure whether there is anything specific there for you to respond to, but you've certainly heard a range of views from the board. But before I try to sum up where I think we are, is there anything that you did want to add?
If I just might come back on the engagement point, we have spoken to allergen charities and businesses about the idea of thresholds, and we have some consumer research that indicates they are in support, but some of this comes back to an education question about how much people really understand when you talk to them about it. So I do think that's one area that we need to think about.
Okay, thank you. So, right, so there are clearly benefits to standardisation of PAL. We've always known that. That's why we have them in the UK. We can communicate that better. We need to do more. And I know you've got plans separately anyway to do more on improving our guidance on PAL. This is for the UK. So if we think that's good for the UK, why wouldn't we think that was good internationally? So I think there is much in this that we are very supportive of. And no doubt that people are happy with 3 of the 4 principles in the Codex thing, and I think would like to see that move forward quickly and would have our wholehearted support to move forward with that. But as I just said, as others have commented, there's a lot to consider around thresholds. There are some risks, there are some benefits, and we just don't feel at the moment that without having looked at this in more detail, we are in a position to support that kind of a move. David's argued that, well, if Codex have looked at it, we trust Codex, let's go with that. And I have some sympathy with that view, but I think I'm hearing enough caveats around the table that we all feel that we could get much of what Codex is trying to achieve without necessarily including this bit about thresholds on which we have some reservations. So I think what I'd ask, I know there's lots of discussions at official level. I'd really ask that you take that back, discuss some of this with your colleagues, and really try to understand more about how this process might roll out. And given that timings are a little uncertain, I think I've got a good sense from the board about where people are. And so I think at this stage, maybe what I'd ask of you is that you leave it with me to communicate our thoughts to ministers sort of when the time is right. I think that's a terrible phrase, but I just don't exactly know when that's going to be. And also to continue the conversations with Food Standards Scotland, because I think the one thing we would all agree on is that we would want to have a sort of common view across the UK, and so the views of our board member colleagues in FSS is also important in this. Is that a reasonable position to end on? Natasha, or indeed Rebecca, is there anything more you need from the board today, other than that kind of, I think, quite strong steer on what we expect?
Thank you, Susan. No, I think that's been a really helpful discussion and does indeed reflect the complex nature of this issue, but that's given us a clear position. As you say, Susan, we'll work with you now to make sure that's represented in the right way.
Rick.
Sorry, just one very technical point of clarification. Margaret, you talked about the COT paper being updated recently. It hasn't been updated since August 2023. There seems to be some strange software quirk that's happening on the website that's showing it's giving a new date. It's not, so the advice hasn't changed. I just wanted to put that on the record in case anyone thinks that COT have revisited it. Thank you.
Oh, that's helpful, and that explains the confusion. Margaret and I were talking about this at dinner, and I said, I don't think they have just looked at it. And Margaret said, no, the date is different. So we need to get that. We need to get that fixed. Okay, so let's just be very specific. So if we go back to the paper, you asked us to agree the principles set out in paragraph 9 are consistent with UK policy objectives. Where are we? Paragraph 9. I'll just find it exactly. We are content that 3 of the 4 do. We have reservations about point C, and you asked us to comment on the proposals to use EDO5, and I think you've heard the concerns and caveats and the wish to have more evidence on that, both from scientists but also from businesses using this and from consumers, particularly those with food hypersensitivities. Okay, Natasha, thank you very much to you and your team for, and indeed I know the Codex team is a wider group within the FSA, so many thanks to all of you for the work on this. Right, so we're a little bit behind ourselves, but that was an important paper, and in a way it leads very nicely into our next item, which is the annual science update from the FSA. Just to remind you, this is one of the annual reports. It's actually, if you're thinking, we talked about this quite recently, you're somewhat right. It's not quite a full year. We last had the annual science update in December, but we've been just doing a bit of rejigging of when we have the annual updates to try to get them at a time of year at which they are most useful. Previously, December was a little bit late for the next year's business planning, so we've brought this forward. I think what the paper does, as all good annual updates do, is provides a review of what's been delivered. It gives us an idea of the upcoming priorities, and I think it's helpful for the board to comment on whether we've got those right. You know, in science, there's so much we could do, that prioritisation is incredibly important. Are we putting our resources in places where we get the most value? And the other item which is in this paper, which I do want us to consider, is the executive's response to the recommendations that were made in Robin's paper, the Chief Scientist's report, which we had in June. And there's a detailed list of the response. And I think as a board, we need to look at that and to be assured that those have been adequately addressed or make any further comments. So with that background, I'm going to invite Rick, who's our Deputy Chief Scientific Advisor, to introduce this paper.
Thank you, Susan. A very good summary of what we intend to do here. So, yes, very much a focus on the science we have delivered, and in particular that focus on impact, because I know the board have specifically wanted us to focus on that, but also that forward look, and including a bit more of a sort of longer-term strategic look, you know, and we would welcome sort of comments on that sort of direction of travel. as you can see from the paper, it's sort of broken down into the 3 key areas of science delivery. So obviously, the first one of those is risk analysis, the most important, 2/3 of our resources dedicated to that, and how we then support risk assessment, market authorizations, and also support for incidents. And related to that, in Annex 3, you'll see the risk analysis review and the work that's been done over the last year. The second area is research and evidence, and there we've focused on key examples where we've delivered impact, both using our internal and external expertise. We talk about the new revised research and evidence programs, but also set out our latest set of ARIs, which is published in Annex 6. And then the final area is around what we're calling science infrastructure, but this is about the critical capabilities we need to deliver our science, but noting in particular our work related to surveillance, so that's methods, laboratory sampling, but also our ongoing work to support risk analysis, so skills and SACs. So welcome the board's thoughts and comments of what has been achieved and the direction of travel. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. And I know there's been, really a sort of renewed level of more strategic thinking going into the science paper. I think that's reflected here. I'm really grateful for the work that's gone on there, really from the whole team. Justin, you're our board lead for science. Do you want to start us off with this paper?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, and I'd echo your comments, Susan, and I think the paper this year sets out much more clearly the strategic approach that we take to science across the organisation. I'm also particularly pleased that the more explicit reference to the social science research, and I think it gives the board a better understanding about how that interplays and interconnects with the more laboratory-based research portfolio. I think the challenge for the future for the board to reflect on is are we getting the balance between reactive and proactive right, and continuing to revisit that. And again, it's good in this paper to see that explicitly being discussed and highlighted to the board as a kind of 75-25% split, which I think is a good balance. But I think how that science informs the board's strategic thinking is the key part that will need to be brought into the away day periods that the board have to think about the future, so that it plays a role not just in our kind of risk and regulation function, but also in the strategic position of the organisation. The other thing I think is very positive in this report is I particularly like the annex around the response to the comments of the board at the last June board. I think that's a particularly good step, and I'd encourage Katie to encourage that in further board reports, because I think it helps the board get assurance of we've asked for something and it's happened, and this is how the executive's taking it forward. So I think that's really good. The final thing I would just highlight is there are several comments around the workforce and capacity, and although my understanding from what Robin said in the past is that the relationship with the EU science fraternity has improved since we rejoined Horizon. This is an area the board will need to keep very close eye on over the coming years, because it does still feel that we are fragile in our capacities and capabilities across the breadth of science, and particularly in the context of other board discussions around novel technologies, the changing landscape, and now previous discussion on thresholds and allergens. So thinking about how we influence the wider thinking of the scientific landscape for the food industry in the UK, and whether that's a key area for ministerial interest, maybe something for the board to consider in future discussions in this space.
Thank you. I mean, on that note, Robin, I know there's quite a lot of conversations across government around science, and obviously we now have Patrick Vallance as the new science minister. I don't know if there's anything you want to add on that as to how FSA's engaged in those conversations.
Yes, thanks, Jay. I can probably add 2 useful things, hopefully useful things. So one, I think, is it comes as no surprise to this board, or indeed anyone listening, I suspect, that we are in a difficult time for public finances. A huge amount of what FSA does is collaborative with other departments. So I think a really big part of our science function generally, and I guess my role specifically, is to argue the case to maintain those shared programmes, so things like PathSafe, but additional Salient is also mentioned in the paper, because those co-funded projects are typically the ones that often get cut at times of difficulties. That's one part. On the specific part about international relations and the EU particularly, you will have heard, obviously, the new government's ambition to have warmer relations with the EU. I think for science, this is a very good thing. Across the CSA network, we are very strongly championing this, and for us within the FSA, the clear advantage here will be for our scientific advisory committees, many of whose members already function in that role for other international committees. So to me, it's a bit of a no-brainer that we would sort of formalise that relationship in due course, but like everything else, it's contingent on lots of other negotiations. But we will continue to champion very, very loudly the point that science does not respect borders, and the best science for us is wherever it happens to be done in the world.
Thank you. Can I open this up more generally to comments? Rhian?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. So just 3 questions, really, for me, small ones. So first of all, in the report, which is really informative, and I welcome it, it's got great structure. And so one of the questions around tools for better regulation, and just kind of connecting up to something of our previous discussion about allergens. So if we haven't got tests for all the allergens, is there something going on in our science programme that might help to close that gap in terms of testing? Question. Second one, to do with ethics. So actually, within the report, there are words like extinct animals. So cell culture and alternative proteins specifically, there are elements of the way that field is developing. And is not for everybody. And I just wondered anything you can say about our approach to ethical questions or areas where ethics for universities around the world, there'd be an ethical approval to do that kind of research. What's our approach there? Thank you. And then the third, it comes up in WFAC every time we talk about science, which is the lab testing capacity. And in Wales, it seems to be getting just more acute. And there is a real concern that the timeliness of testing for Wales-based food businesses and the cost of that is not improving at all. And any thoughts you've got on that? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we've had a couple of papers with very broad sort of conceptual ideas, but I can see we're accumulating very specific questions. Rick, do you want to answer those 3 whilst other people gather their thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the first one around allergen testing, there's actually quite a lot we have done. So we did a big systematic review of allergen testing methods, and we've published that. And that did highlight some of the gaps that I think people have talked about. So there's some ongoing work we're doing with that. First of all, and this goes a bit to the lab testing capacity. We've actually invested through our grants program. We're investing now in new testing methodologies in one of our official control labs. So they're going to be developing, implementing multiplex PCR methods to support existing ELISA tests. So we are filling the gaps. We also recognise that there are ones that are very difficult. Mustard, for example, is very difficult. There are poor methods at the moment that cross-react. So we're working with the government chemist to look at that. And the other thing is we will continue to look at the programme because we have a methods development programme, so continue to work with others, including DEFRA and FSS, to sort of look at where we have portfolios and we can invest specifically to do that through things like the National Reference Laboratories. So that's on the testing side. Yes, ethics is always considered. I mean, certainly I know for things like surveys, for example, and we've had it with IID3 as a big programme, some of the challenges we had was ethical approval and getting through the processes to do that. So of course they have to be considered. Yes, we will look at other factors when we consider things. So you mentioned specific alternative protein. That's a lot of work going on in that space. But actually there are movements. So it's just been announced there's a new National Alternative Protein Innovation Centre. We are actively involved in that. We're partners in that, and we will be pushing through that the policy angle. And we will look at that, and we can look at things like new approaches and talking to the partners in that about maybe there's new regulatory methods. And then the final piece about lab testing capacity. Yes, we are continuing to look at that. a lot of what we have done is focus very specifically on where we saw the most fragility in the official control system, and that was the public analyst laboratories in England and Wales. We have invested significantly in that, about £5 million targeted to those laboratories over the last few years since 2020. But we do realise that there is also conversations going on with industry about commercial capacity. Now, routinely, the FSA doesn't get involved in business-to-business transactions and the commercial testing market. However, that said, it doesn't mean that we're just closing our ears to it. And we are having conversations with industry. And in fact, an issue that's come up recently through the STEC outbreak has been testing capacity there. And we've actually got some ongoing conversations. We're looking to build a workshop around that, about testing methodologies and can we do more in that space. So working in hand partnership with industry to try and improve a food safety testing issue. And finally, on that point, we do also then have channels. So the Food Industry Liaison Group is a channel where we work with industry and some of the groups that are represented, industry groups that are represented on there, have raised things like testing issues. So again, that could be a very useful challenge for opportunity for a channel for us to have those conversations.
Thank you, Rick. I think your comment about the work we're doing with the Alternative Protein Institute also, in a way, speaks to Justin's point about how does our science really feed into our decision-making and into our policies. And I think that's a really good example of how we have been able to engage at quite a formative stage to shape the kind of work that they're doing. And the critical bit then is we maintain that engagement so that we pull those findings into our policy making. So I think that's a good example, and I certainly would echo Justin's comments that we should be doing more of that. There's often more to be gained by joining up than setting up something new.
And I was just going to say on alternative proteins, as of Saturday, I got back off a plane from the United States. So I was part of an expert mission to the United States specifically on that, which was funded by Innovate UK. So it was a fact-finding. We went to California and New York looking at various aspects of the alternative protein industry in the UK, in the US, and that was very, very interesting, and lots of insight gained from that. So again, I will report back on that.
Okay, I look forward to hearing that. I'm sure the board would welcome a bit of a briefing on where we're up to in that space. Other comments? So, Anthony.
Thank you. Just touching on the allergens again for a second. 4.20 mentions that there seems to be a large number of people who are now showing allergies to fresh fruit. And I just wondered if that had any implications for labelling, given in Northern Ireland we have responsibility for labelling. Obviously a DEFRA issue this side of the water. But going forward and trying to look at how we can best use science and technology to actually deal with some of the resource issues that we face in terms of people, AI motion cameras and the use in abattoirs and stuff. Is there any work we're doing to have a look at sort of the challenges or the opportunities around that type of development, particularly given the lack of resources that we have and the lack of EHOs in the system? Can we use technology to actually help move things forward?
Great, thank you. Actually, looking at paragraph 4.20, it's quite a loose statement there. The research also found that many individuals have allergies to fresh fruit. So I think it perhaps would be a little bit helpful if somebody might just give us a little bit more detail before we all run away with the idea that we all need to worry about eating fruit. I say with my 5-a-day hat on. Rick or Rebecca, does somebody just want to?
Shall I pick that one up? Apologies if that's caused confusion. I think what it's highlighted is this cross-reactivity with some of the allergies people have to pollen. So it's a well-established effect that people are sort of often allergic to things like birch pollen, but there's cross-reactivity. So there's protein structures in fruit that cross-react. So for some people, they get this cross-reactivity. So I think what the PAFA study showed was actually put a number on that, quantified. You should stress that it's often quite a mild reaction. It's not a severe reaction. It's maybe a tingling mouth sensation or something like this. But it is a well-established thing where a lot of people who have pollen allergies, hay fever, also then get this kind of cross-reactivity to the food. So it's more of a, yes.
I think it was the many individuals, which perhaps has rather misled us a little bit in terms of the prevalence. Yeah. Margaret.
Can I just sort of, since it's now been raised, when my son was little and he was diagnosed with many allergens, but the severe ones, the ones that he swallowed, was all types of nuts, by the way, including peanuts. Let's be controversial here. And but one of the things he was told then was that the protein, is it the protein or the chemical in the peanuts in particular, was very similar to a protein in apples, and that one day he may develop an allergy to apples. So I wondered if that was part of the explanation.
Okay, I don't want us to get too bogged down in this. It's very tempting, but anyway, there we. Let's leave. Oh, Julie, did you have or one of you have a short point on it to wrap it up?
A very short point. Mention of AI, e.g., in abattoirs. Just to say, yes, we are looking at that. That set of use cases is of great interest to us, and work is sort of just about starting now on a trial. So definitely yes.
Okay, Justin.
Yeah, just sorry, Susan. On that previous conversation, can I ask officers to add a point of clarification to the papers on this, because I don't want the public to go away with the fear that fruit allergy is common or a risk and stop them eating fruit. So I do think we should have a point of clarification paper added.
I was going to suggest we would do that.
Thanks. I'm not going to get into lots of detail. God, I was chomping at the bit as a molecular immunologist, you know. But anyway, but actually there is a point that comes out of what we've just discussed, and I think for the board, understanding some of the mechanisms of how these processes work in a very publicly accessible way would be quite useful, because it did occur to me, and again, I'm kind of preempting the business committee conversation a wee bit, which is that, you know, this is not science for science sake, it's science for the evidence that we want to apply and use in a practical way. And I think keeping that perspective is really important. So we understand the value of what we're doing. That's how we should be using metrics to understand it. So that's sort of the business committee bit. But there was a key point here, and that was about where we can learn particular things since we've started to do different things post leaving Europe. So, for example, around the market authorization, are we using the science any different? Is there any quantifiable difference that we can look at in terms of benefit, in terms of public safety and around food? And if so, great, let's articulate that. If not, then let's take that into account in our policy making, because that may be very pertinent in the months ahead. And I think if we could do that also around some of the novel foods, we hear a lot of perception around novel foods, but actually often understanding the processes that underlie their production is not something that we readily have to hand. Now, one could argue we rely on committees to do all that sort of data crunching, but I think actually, and Margaret's comment picked it up, and also about different antigens and so on, often we don't understand some of the basic concepts, and I think that could actually dispel some of the mystery and sometimes misinformation that could lead to, you know, both the public and indeed us around the table not always being best informed of our decisions, or despite the brilliance of the papers we get. So it's a little bit of a general plea, so I apologise about that, but if this is something we could put on our forward trajectory, I think it'd be really helpful in the context of the science.
Thank you. If I could put in one question, we haven't got a paper on market authorisations for regulated products, but of course what the science team do is make a huge contribution to that through the risk assessments, and I thought it would be helpful for us to hear just, you know, how that is going, because that team has been expanded quite substantially this year. I'd quite like to know a little bit about how that's going. Have we still got gaps in terms of areas of expertise, particularly thinking about some of these very novel products that might be coming through? Be useful to know a little bit more about that.
So I think generally, in terms of where we are, the team has been expanded. I think we actually got to a position. Obviously, there's change, but we did get to a position where that team was fully staffed. We are trying to cover off all areas. It is very broad. I would say again, going back to things like alternative proteins can be very challenging. We're trying to develop skills in those areas. One of the things that I think would say is that obviously we've been, as you alluded to, Susan, we've been expanding very rapidly, but we are now getting people who've been in role for some years and have actually built the experience as well. So you might have the baseline expertise from qualifications or whatever, but it's then building the experience, going through the process and learning. And we continue to talk to people increasingly around these novel things and these novel areas and trying to work them through. Cell cultivated protein is a classic example. It's very, very technical. It's very, very fast moving. But that's where we have to work with partners. So, for example, a lot of that is about bioreactors. It's about precision fermentation. Where do you get your expertise from? Well, you do it by working with others. So, for example, talking to people like the Centre for Process Innovation who have a new food innovation centre that's specifically focused on that area of expertise, and talk to them because they are the process engineers. They know what the HACCP control points are within the process, and they can help advise us. So again, it's not just about what we can do internally, it's how we can work with the right expertise across the piece. And I think we're also looking at things like our Science Advisory Committee structures, and can we create new subgroups? For example, could we create a new subgroup on alternative proteins to focus purely on that and take maybe some of the pressure off the wider committee on novel foods?
Good to be thinking ahead to these things, but it is not all about alternative proteins. There's quite a lot of other products, and so I think we need to be very cautious about jumping to set up new committees, which then need to be serviced and so on. But let's keep that under review. If there aren't any more specific comments from board members, I'm actually going to ask Robin. So part of Robin's sort of job description really is to be the science advisor to the board. And I think it would be really helpful, Robin, for you to really sort of put that hat on very firmly and tell us about your reflections. I guess, I always want to know about your worries, or, are there things that you would advise us as board members we ought to be giving a bit more scrutiny or a bit more attention to?
Thanks, Susan. Yes, I've been jotting down things as we went along, so I'll do a quick roundup if I may. I guess the first thing I really want to set on record is my strong support. I think this is a great paper. I'm very, very content with the way that most of the science is, and I would kind of call out a couple of points to the paper, which just measure the volume. So, for example, the part on risk assessment, where essentially the team is doing sort of risk assessment every 2 days. That's quite intense, and I think they deliver that really, really well. So, first of all, to put that on record. In terms of the specific response to my recommendations, I am very content with where they are going. I want to kind of highlight one in particular, which is around the conflicts of interest question, which the board has raised previously, and I know we've had questions to this board about that as well. That is moving at pace. I'm very happy with the direction of travel. I just want to be clear, both with the board and with people listening, that some of these things will take a little bit of time. So, for example, setting up the external audit process that we mentioned, but it is very much active, and we'll update the next board on that. I have met with all the SAC chairs a couple of weeks ago, and they are all unanimously very supportive of this direction of travel. So, so I want to get that on the record. A couple of other points specifically that I just flag, I guess. In terms of concerns, and this is on an FSA concern, this is still a UK concern, and I sound like a broken record, the lab capability issue remains, I think, broadly across government a concern. We are doing everything we can, but we are a small part of the system. And there is the point about science and tech solutions is a really good one, and I think we need to watch that space very closely. But ultimately, it boils down to a resource question, and you need to invest in a system to protect yourself against something that you hope will never happen, and that is always a difficult case to make in resource things. We are shouting as loud as we can in this spending review and future spending reviews about defending that, and clearly I will continue to call it out if I think we are jeopardising that. 2 final points. One, I think, on The international collaboration, absolutely. Sorry, 3-star final points, absolutely. I think the more we can do there, the better. Tim, in answer to your question, I think it was, I don't think we have lost things in terms of the science base post-Brexit. What we have lost is the ability to have those very flexible conversations with colleagues, for example, around what might be happening. We still use all the science from all around the world, but it was more difficult to sit down with colleagues internationally and say, what's your view of this at a time when relations were not as warm? I'm very optimistic that will get better now. And as a scientist, the more conversations, the better, basically. On sort of the future-looking part of our work, and particularly in your question around cell-cultivated products and other things like that, I mean, this is an incredibly fast-moving field, and I'm going to take my advantage here whilst people are listening to put a plea out. We are very, very dependent on our scientific advisory committees. They are only as good as the people that sit on them. We're currently out for recruitment. Expertise on those committees is really, really important, particularly expertise for areas where we are not currently producing food in that space, but we will be. So many of the things that Rhian, you mentioned, species that we haven't eaten before that may be coming to us for authorization, for example, as a cell-cultivated product, we will need different expertise on. So if you're listening and you think you have that expertise, we'd love to hear from you. And then finally, on the point about science communication, which was yours, I think, Tim, as someone who spends a lot of time doing science communication, I think the more we do, the better. There is always a balance here. Claire and I talk a lot about what our role is as FSA in terms of communicating key features. I think there is more we can do around some of these things. We do, I think, need to prioritise it around where the biggest risk is, where the biggest benefit is to consumers. But personally, I would be really supportive of us doing as much as we can to help educate people about some of these really, as we've been hearing this morning, really complex topics. Thanks, Susan.
Great, thank you very much. Any final comments from board members? In which case, as well, actually, Robin, your mention of conflicts of interest reminded me that we did have a question on conflicts of interest, which was specifically in relation to your visit to Israel. I want to assure people that that was a trip that was initiated and entirely funded by the FSA, because we thought that would be helpful to our understanding, and was not funded by any other entity. I don't know if you want to add to that, Robin. Or...
No, exactly. I mean, that was, I think, and those kind of, as Rick's mentioned, his trip also to the United States, again, funded by government purse. These kind of fact-finding visits are invaluable. You can do a lot online, but actually sometimes you just need to go and see a facility and talk to people on the ground, and that's, I would continue to say that is a critical part of our science function.
Great, thank you. So we've jumped around a little bit on this paper, but that's perhaps inevitable given that the huge spectrum of work that this covers. It's great to hear just a little bit about it here, and I guess a reminder to people listening that, of course, we do publish reports throughout the year as part of our real commitment to being transparent about our science. Those reports are made available to board members, and I suppose that I want to remind board members that building on Justin's first point, it is partly our responsibility to ensure that the findings from those reports do feed into our decision making and our thinking about policies. I expect officials and to be prompting us about where we can do that, but it's something that we need to be vigilant to when we're looking at these reports, because we just need to join up that loop. Most of our science is in the more applied space, and we need to be doing things which make a difference to our decision making. If the answer is going to be the same regardless of what the evaluation shows, then we probably shouldn't be doing the evaluation. So these need to be decision making reports. I think we'll call it a day there. Thank you very much indeed, and we look forward to the next update. We get science at various intervals, but so we'll have the chief scientist report coming 2 meetings away, or 3. But thank you for all that work. Okay. And on that note, I think that actually brings us to lunch. So we are actually almost precisely on time. So I suggest we reconvene again according to our agenda at 1:20. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon's session of the FSA board meeting. And we're going to start with the annual animal welfare report. So this is another of our annual updates. And just to remind you that This report reflects the FSA's remit for animal welfare in England and Wales, which is really part of the policy which is owned by DEFRA and by the Welsh Government. The controls in Northern Ireland are owned and delivered by DERA. So it's a slightly complicated landscape, and I think it's important that we just remember our focus. Similarly, responsibilities, if there are breaches of animal welfare standards, are also somewhat split into three areas. So the FSA has responsibility for incidents which occur in approved slaughterhouse premises. But our officials, of course, do, if there's any information they come across which is relevant to animal welfare incidents, which are not our direct responsibility, they do, of course, pass that to the relevant authorities. For example, things which may have occurred during transport to the slaughterhouse or indeed on the farm of origin. So as you read the paper and as you comment, let's try to stick to comments which really relate to the FSA's remit. Having said that, I'm really pleased to introduce Kevin to us, who really needs no introduction because he's been our head of animal welfare for some time and is well known to the board. Kevin, do you want to introduce your paper? Thanks.
Thank you, Susan, and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for that clarity up front. Just a couple of other points to make before I look at some of the headlines of the paper. The food business operator has the overall responsibility for all animal welfare issues on their premises. The FSA staff that we refer to here include our service delivery partners, and their staff roles are official veterinarians and meat hygiene inspectors in every slaughterhouse. They have the responsibilities for monitoring and assuring FBO compliance and taking proportionate enforcement action. Additionally, the same staff gather that information that might be needed for possible breaches of animal welfare controls that you've alluded to that might have occurred in transport or on the farm. And that all of our activities are carried out under service level agreements with DEFRA and Welsh Government, who own the policy, and the FSA's animal welfare team has excellent collaborative relationships with their counterparts in those parallel teams. And just to point out that this annual report is for the year ending the 31st of March of this year, and the data does only reflect England and Wales. Northern Ireland has its own delivery arrangements through DERA, and we have further interaction with our ops delivery colleagues in Northern Ireland. Looking at the data, the throughput has slightly reduced on the previous year's report, but we're still talking about over 1 billion animals entering the food chain that have been inspected and their animal welfare considered. We've got an overwhelming majority of those animals that are processed in full compliance with animal welfare legislation, and a fraction of a percentage that are processed where there are non-compliances recorded. Some of those non-compliances could be for potential suffering, so there hasn't actually been any suffering, or where the animals have suffered. In the last year, these incidents relate to 44,000 animals, which is a reduction of over 5,000 from the previous year. It's an 11.8% reduction in the head count of animals. However, just to note that 90% of that number, over 40,000 of those animals, relate to two significant incidents where there was machinery breakdown at a slaughterhouse and feed and water was not able to be provided to poultry or birds awaiting slaughter. It really is emphasised that any poultry-related incidents, due to the volume of the birds that go through these slaughterhouses, does lead to big impacts on the numbers. But looking at the trend in the data as well, we can say that since 2017, less than 1% of animals have been involved in major or critical incidents. You have heard that we break down the data into three areas. So the first area is slaughterhouse incidents that the FSA have responsibility for. There has been an increase this year on the previous year of the number of incidents. That's only 2% increase, 362 incidents from 354. Having said that, the head count of animals affected is down. Farm cases, they have increased by 36%. Transport cases have reduced by 16%. Overall, on the number of incidents that we've got, the number of animals involved in the farm and transport areas, that we've seen a reduction of 8% from the 2022, from the previous report. This progress should be attributed to the increased efforts we've had in working with AFA and local authorities to ensure action is taken on certain cases. Some of the areas of the paper to highlight of the activity that's been going on. The animal welfare team do manage the Animal Welfare Action Plan under the Deter, Prevent, Detect, Enforce approach with DEFRA and Welsh Government. We lead the steering group, which comprises of other government departments and different stakeholders. This has enhanced our verification of compliance, accountability and collaboration. We've looked at education and instructions, and we've improved the quality of analysis and reporting. This has included the establishment of an animal welfare referral working group. This is to improve the information that we supply to our co-regulators to support their investigations and enforcement for incidents that might have occurred in transport or on farm. This includes referring serial offenders or serial offences. It's been recognised from this morning's discussions that local authorities face different pressures and set different priorities for their resources, which does make this area, when we make these referrals, more challenging for the FSA teams. Another area this year, we've completed the biannual slaughter sector survey in all slaughterhouses within England and Wales. This is a week-long snapshot of the slaughter and processing activity. It has produced a report for DEFRA and Welsh Government, and we hope to see that published in the next few weeks or months. We've introduced an online digital application process for temporary certificates of competence. This is required by a trainee slaughterhouse operative ahead of becoming competent in stun and slaughter practices. In layman's terms, I think this is your provisional driving licence before you get your full driving licence. The move to the digital online system has made the process easier, more accurate, and released some of our resources to be more efficient. Under the SLA we have with DEFRA and Welsh Government, we deliver a themed audit every year. This has found that the FBO systems, the food business operator systems, are to be broadly compliant this year and provided us with a good level of assurance. Recommendations were categorised within certain themes to track some further activity. Some of this was in the maintenance of CCTV equipment and stunning equipment, the priority of unfit animals, and the monitoring around the unconsciousness at the point of death. A further area that we've looked at this year is raising awareness in the demonstration of life protocol for the processing of sheep and goats under halal slaughter methods. This followed a stakeholder survey and has included removal of the assessment fee and providing more information to the food business operators and all stakeholders in an effort to increase the adoption of this protocol. And finally, we've produced technical guidance, either new guidance or enhanced guidance on certain processes to improve animal welfare. Some of this has been the backup stun equipment, the retention of CCTV material, lame and heavily pregnant animals, and what to do with animals that are considered unfit for human consumption. In the forward look, we will be continuing to monitor surveillance and proportionate action to oversee the welfare of animals at slaughter. We'll be looking at that publication of the slaughter sector survey when DEFRA and Welsh Government do publish that and release that. That will obviously increase the related dialogue with stakeholders on the results and any recommendations. We're supporting the Welsh Government with the full implementation of CCTV legislation in Wales this year, and we'll be continuing our successful collaboration with counterparts in DEFRA and Welsh Government to deliver the animal welfare policies and all the associated controls. So that concludes my attention to some of the highlighted areas. I'm happy to discuss any other points from the report.
Thank you very much, and thanks to you and really all of our field operations teams, both the vets and the MHIs, who really are the people on the ground that are looking out for animals where it really matters. It is really good news to see that there's been a decline. I mean, sort of 10% or so, and that is encouraging. But any one incident is one incident too many, and I think we're all signed up to that. Okay, I've got a couple of questions, but I'm going to open it up to the board. I think David wanted to come in, then Margaret, and then Tim.
Thank
you? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for the excellent work you do and for a very detailed report. And whilst I'm relieved that we're looking at a very small number of cases here, I personally take a zero tolerance approach to any animal welfare abuses which have been deliberate or caused through negligence, where a reasonable person could conclude that animals would suffer. And in these circumstances, I do urge officials to take the strongest possible action, especially where there are serial offenders, to use your own terminology. However, what I'm particularly concerned about is the non-stunning slaughters side. I note that in our animal welfare plan, we looked at the difficulties caused by the possible lack of backup stunning equipment, the stand-to-stick time, and the monitoring of unconsciousness to death times. Now, whilst these are worries about the imperfections of killing where there is actually stunning, my real concern is about failure to comply with the rules in slaughterhouses where non-stunning killing takes place. We have seen one slaughterhouse refuse to implement the welfare of animals at the time of killing rules, the WATOC rules, and there's been poor take-up by one religious group of the demonstration of life procedures. So could I suggest to officials that so long as this country permits the religious concession, permitting animals to be killed without stunning, then I want you to take the firmest possible action, please, against those who fail to comply with even those relaxed rules and therefore increase animal suffering. And if some people won't, or slaughterhouses won't adopt the protocol, why don't we take their licence away and stop them doing it? And can we please build into our next animal welfare plan positive action to improve animal welfare in the non-stunning religious slaughterhouses?
Thank you, David. I was going to raise this point as well. I mean, the good thing is there's about 10,000 fewer sheep this year have had, so that is progress in the right direction. Goats have gone up a lot, but the absolute numbers are small. I think the block we've got here, or the barrier we've got to get over, is in our survey, 85% of slaughterhouses said they support this protocol, but only 3 are doing it, and 2 more have said they might come on board. And so I think it's right to have identified the things we can do to try to increase that uptake. But I'm sort of with David on this, that, you know, if those, once we've given those things a chance to work, we have to start thinking about tougher measures, and starting by ensuring that we really are checking up on what's happening in those non-stun slaughter really matters. This is an issue with the slaughterhouses and not with some of the religious groups. We've agreed these principles with those authorities. So this is an issue with the slaughterhouses. Anything else on demonstration of life, Margaret?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, as you say, halal, it's always a very sensitive area, and we want to be sensitive to everybody. Nevertheless, the paper makes it clear that, and this comes up year after year after year at the FSA, that slaughter without stunning is still happening. So I just wondered if you could just be very clear about what the rules are on allowing that. And then secondly, I assume this is linked in, but the removal of the FSA fee for demonstration of life inspections, I think that's a sort of a concern, and whether you can tell so far the removal of that fee has made any difference. Oh, and I have one further one. Shall I keep that for later?
Yeah. So, Margaret, why is it a concern?
What, removal of the fee?
The fee, because in a way
well,
we're trying
because
to remove
the general
barrier.
policy on most things is to charge.
Okay. I mean, it was a very small fee, I think, wasn't it? Okay.
Yes, it was a small fee. I'll cover that in my response if you like.
Anything else on this? Hayley?
Thank you. Just on the demonstration of life point, that took a long time to get approved, and a lot of work went in at the religious group level and with slaughterhouses. And so it's good that we have it, and I think it's excellent that there's this great level of awareness of it. But I agree, the problem with the uptake. It's a very complex one. There's lots of reasons for that, that I think that you refer in the paper to the industry liaison, and there's lots of actors involved in this. So I do understand it. I would like to add to the sort of action list that we put together for ourselves is actually trying to set about addressing these barriers, and at the moment it doesn't talk about acknowledging what the barriers are, from the awareness to the uptake, and then the action needed, whether that's FSA, DEFRA, industry, to actually get over them, because the appetite seems to be there, but the action isn't. I think also, great record here. We've got 1 billion animals, 99.99%, no issues. For the 44,000 animals that did experience an impact on their welfare at the point of slaughter, do we have a breakdown as to whether those occurred in stun or non-stun slaughterhouses? Because I didn't see that in the annex, and that would be interesting because it could potentially support some of the points that we're making here. Thank you.
Okay, Kev, why don't you come back specifically on that point, and then we'll go into the wider conversation.
On non-stun slaughter, obviously, it is permitted under UK law, and that's recognised in the paper. As in any approved premises, we take necessary and proportionate action for any breaches, regardless of stun or non-stun, and we've got the monitoring in place at all premises. In relation to the protocol, it's not that they won't, it's a choice for the food business operators to adopt this protocol. It's the choice as to whether or not they adopt it and use it is a secondary matter for that. Looking at the survey, where 85% of the respondents said that they were in favour of supporting the protocol, that's 85% response of a small number of stakeholders that responded. There was 29 responses, it's 85% of that. We know that only 10 of those responses were food business operators. Other responses were other industry stakeholders. So if we think we've got 10 slaughterhouse operators who've responded and said to that survey, we don't know how to those 10, how many of those would support it. It might be the 5 that have adopted it. We had 3 last year, we've increased it to 2 more this year, so it might have 5. We look at overall number of slaughterhouses that we've got, and we look at the last slaughter sector survey, which identified that 23 slaughterhouses were operating non-stun for sheep and goats. Out of those 23, we've now got 5 signed up. So it's small numbers, but relatively, if we think about the whole amount of the slaughterhouses, it's breaking into the slowly. What the difficulty is in breaking up the animals that the 44,000 is to whether they were stun or non-stun, is that some of these premises that record as carrying out non-stun slaughter may not carry out non-stun slaughter all of the time. They may do it today and not tomorrow. They may do it this morning and not this afternoon because of the customers that they are supplying. So it's very difficult then to track which animals were subject to stun or non-stun. In relation to the removal of the fee, that was a temporary decision that we took. We're trying that out to see if that's attracted more uptake. The pre-assessment fee was £272 plus VAT, and the overall assessment fee was £476 plus VAT. We've stood that down. We haven't lost a lot of money in that because we haven't had many assessments to make. But at the moment, we haven't revisited that decision yet as to whether or not we reintroduce it. And we proposed that we would keep it in place for the suspension for longer. I think just again on the promotion of the scheme, yes, it was quite. Thank you for recognising it was a long process to develop the scheme. Many partners were involved. The AHDB own the scheme really, and we've worked with them in the last year to improve their promotion on their website, and I've met with them recently to talk about how they could promote that with some of their members, and I've even given a presentation to a farming group on their behalf to try and get people more aware of the scheme. I think that's answered the points.
Thank you. Junior, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to come in on the point around take-up. And from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, part of the reason why we've not seen the level of take-up is because some of our FBOs will listen to their customers who are very specific about what they want. Yeah, so I think some of it is the fact that they are servicing that demand. So it's not necessarily always the FBO, it's the constituents of the people who are very specific around what it is they want.
Okay, Fiona.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, I had a couple of questions, Kevin. I think there's a desire to obviously increase the uptake of the protocol because a lot of work went into it, and it has been endorsed by the religious organisations who've worked very helpfully with us to get this in place. And it seems like there's there's a couple of gaps based on what you've just said. I mean, is there a way that the slaughterhouses can be required to report on the number of non-stun slaughters they carry out? Because we don't know at the moment. That recognises then the peaks and troughs of when it happens, because around a festival time there's going to be a larger throughput than there would be on an average time of the year. I also wonder what support our operatives need to help promote the protocol, but also to support some of the challenges in the process. I mean, you know, if they're going to be on the front line and encouraging people to adopt this, or not able to actually assess when it's happening because they're not there on the day of the week when the non-stun slaughter is happening, they're challenged in their role as well. So what else can we do to help them?
Okay, Kev, those are the last couple on demonstration of life, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, we are doing what we can to promote the protocol without being seen as to sort of say this is what you must have. We've got to be neutral in this space because the non-stun slaughter is permitted as well, although we do support the protocol and we would like to see the reduction in the non-stun numbers coming down. A report on actual numbers of animals stunned and against non-stunned is really a matter for DEFRA and what they would require, and it's a policy matter for them for what they would require. We don't capture that data, so it would be a matter that they would have to sort of make a policy decision on to change the way that data was recorded. And our frontline staff are aware of the protocol. They're in place anyway, regardless of stun, non-stun, and probably got increased presence and numbers around the festival times.
I think I can guess the point David's going to make, but I'll let him make it.
No, it was a small supplementary to Junior. I do take the point that the slaughterhouses are only doing what their customers want. But if their customers are demanding inhumane slaughter, then we should not allow the slaughterhouses to do exactly what their customers want.
I think it wasn't quite what I thought you were going to say. I suppose the point that Kevin made that I think we might need to come back to as a board is, are we neutral in this? You know, these are both approved. We can support both of them, but that doesn't mean to say that we think similarly about both of them. And I'm not, well, we haven't got time to discuss it now, but I think we should return to this question about, are we neutral in this? Or do we have a view about which we think is better for animal welfare? Accepting that it is for businesses to decide what to do. I'm not going to open that up now because I think we just need to think it through a little bit more. Okay, there was lots more in the paper, which I do want to have an opportunity to discuss, and Tim was going to come in on that. Margaret.
Thank you. I always need to say in these sorts of topics that I have an interest, but I don't think it's a conflict because I agree with most of what we're doing and don't see any problem in that. And in fact, it does give me insight,
Just be clear about what your interest is, Tim.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so I am a livestock farmer. Thank you. Yes, sorry, I'm making assumptions there. So yes, as a livestock farmer, I use slaughterhouses. And so a lot of what we do is about trying to maintain welfare right through to slaughter. So the slaughterhouses we use and the knowledge that's provided by the FSA is of huge interest to farmers that want to pursue good welfare practices. So it's always interesting to hear the conversation we've just had because one of the key issues at the moment is that the overall number of animals going to slaughter is decreasing. So the national flock of sheep has decreased by about 4.4%, and that's just over the last year, latest figures, and the national herd of cattle has reduced by about 2.2%, which is quite a lot. Now, obviously, that impacts on slaughterhouses because obviously it will be spread through different parts of the country, but they will be getting reductions in their throughput. Now, what's important about that is that there ought to be greater opportunities for devoting time to ensuring welfare of animals. Lairages are less busy, and also it means more time can be taken in the preparation of slaughter. Now, I think what Kevin doing and the team are doing are absolutely amazing. It's an incredibly difficult area to deal with. However, I think there are still issues in the system. and I need to be careful what I say because obviously some of it will be anecdotal, so I just want to have a sort of top line on this. There are still abattoirs that struggle, I think, and they're often known amongst the farming community, but and I think, Kevin, we've spoken before about this, I think the various people who are working to manage performance through the slaughterhouses actually have some insight to where there are issues. But it would be good, I think, for us as a board to understand that spectrum of different performance between slaughterhouses. As to whether or not we're seeing it focused in smaller ones, medium-sized ones, larger ones, where there are paradigms of approach. And I think at the moment we don't actually get some of that information back to the board. Some of it will be pertinent to the conversation we've just had. It may well be that certain slaughterhouses, seeing a new opportunity for expanding business, will open up the opportunities for a wider client base. They may or may not be capable of doing that. Now, as I say, some of this is observational, so it needs to be supported by evidence. Because everything we can do to improve the quality of animal welfare going through slaughterhouses should be done so that we can assure the public that we, as a Food Standards Agency, are fulfilling our statutory obligation. And Kevin will know this, I've asked before around issues, for example, about residue testing in carcasses when we audit that, and we've always had a very satisfactory reply to assure ourselves. I think there are also issues around attribution in terms of traceability, particularly in the sheep industry. That's quite hard because of the way that there are the numbers of sheep and the way they're tagged. So there's some very general points, but I think what I am stressing here is there are opportunities perhaps for us as a board to understand better what is happening in the system, and possibly also to have some more graphics, if you like, around the spectrum of performance.
Yeah, I think that's really asking for slightly more granular data rather than just these national headline figures. And can we explore, what more we could do to give the board a bit more insight on that? I think that's something we could just perhaps consider and then put into a board briefing. And then having seen that, we can then think about whether that's something for annual reports in the future or not. But
just to offer back, I mean, maybe something on operational performance that the business committee perhaps could consider it at the first instance, and then if there is any strategic output to that, then we can come back, or through Eric if there were an issue we picked up.
yeah, okay. Let's start with a short briefing to the board on what we do know, and then let's decide how to take that forward. Okay, Mark, I was coming in next.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. My focus is going to be quite narrow compared to yours, Tim, if you don't mind. I just wanted to particularly highlight the example in, I think, paragraph 517 about our cooperation with the local authority and a welfare prosecution. Delighted to see that kind of example. It's the kind of cooperation that I've wanted to encourage for a long time. It led me into the bit below, which is around producing new guidance, and some of those lines in there talk about processes for sharing evidence and actions when referring incidents to both local authorities and APHA, which is great, but I have two questions. One is, do the recipients of that information know what our processes are so that those processes can dovetail as best as possible with their own processes so it doesn't drop off into a sort of an abyss? But my other comment is around stuff before evidence. If there are bad actors in the animal welfare space, the places where they become visible are either at slaughterhouses or livestock markets. And the intelligence that's held by our staff at slaughterhouses is really of high value to local authorities when they're prioritising their animal health inspection visits to farms. So I just wonder, we mentioned the guidance here on sharing evidence. Do we have guidance? Do we have processes to share intelligence, not just evidence?
I should have said thank you very much, Kevin, and also Junior, for this very clear paper. You point out that, and in fact, Susan's also pointed out, DEFRA and the FSA Wales have welfare responsibility, yet the FSA does much of the enforcement. Do they pay our brilliant FSA staff for their services?
Okay, very specific question there. Anything else? Hayley and then Fiona.
Thank you. Two very minor points. I think on the increase that we've seen in lameness on farm, although that's not an FSA area, I mentioned the same point last year, actually. I think this might be indicative, hopefully, of farmers increasing their voluntary cull rate. So they're taking lame animals off farm and sending them to slaughter. So as they're coming through the slaughterhouse, more animals have got lameness. However, if you look at the chronic lameness scores, it also suggests that the message, and again, probably more of a DEFRA point, isn't getting through to farmers. Don't spend a year trying to treat a lame cow, just get her out the door, really. And so those two things should go hand in hand to help improve those figures. My second point is just on when we get down to sort of Annex 3 and really looking into what are the non-conformances in the slaughterhouse or on farm, because we're dealing with very low numbers, it's just the power of data in the wrong hands. You know, if I read this as someone that didn't quite understand the landscape, we've got a 2,600% increase in broken horns. Well, out of the near billion animals going through, that's actually gone from 1 to 27. It's not that bad. So I think when we're dealing with very small numbers, the kind of percentage increases might not be helping us out in that regard.
Fair point. Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, a couple of small points from me. On the reporting back of transport issues and on-farm issues, Kevin, how much work do we also do with the certification bodies like RSPCA and Red Tractor, who are often doing the on-farm audits as well, and who, particularly in the case of someone like RSPCA, are actually assuring the consumer on the animal welfare front, because those are, they're really important stakeholders in the process, where a local authority or AFA might not get to the site. So that was the first question. And then the second one was on the small abattoirs. I've spoken to a few farming groups who really welcome that. And I think it would be really helpful for us to understand at a useful point, 12 months or 18 months, I don't quite know when it would be, to just get a sense of how well that process is working and whether there are issues that it's throwing up, which might then mean that we have to change the guidance so that that sector can flourish, because it's quite possible it will open the door to a handful of other small businesses to come into that sector.
Great, thank you. So huge interest in this paper, and I think that just reflects that, animal welfare is something that we all care about. We care about it as individuals, as well as caring about it as board members. Kevin, I'm just going to let you briefly, if you will, pick up on some of those points that are raised, and if there's anything which you think needs further expansion, let's do that in writing later.
Okay, to address Mark's questions first, and recipients being aware of the process, we've got well-documented processes, and we introduced a digital evidence sharing process for all local authorities last year. We also, through the establishment of the referrals working group, there are regional representatives of that group from different local authorities, so there would be a regional contact to support a local authority officer through a process if they were unsure about any of the evidence sharing stages that we've got. Our intelligence on repeat offenders is shared through that group. It's a relatively new group, but it is something that we've introduced in the last year. And if we thought there was any other activity related to incidents or crime, we could use our colleagues in the other divisions of operations to alert them to some of the intelligence that we've got as well. The question on cost recovery, the answer to that is we don't recover every bit of cost that we've got with the work that we do on animal welfare, and that's currently subject to discussions with DEFRA and Welsh Government on what is covered and what is missing from the service level agreement ahead of our submissions for the spending reviews. On lameness and on the farm and the chronic lameness, yes, it would be great to have diligent farmers looking at their animals, getting them in before they are chronic, or using the provisions that we've got for emergency slaughter on farm and having them taken into an approved slaughterhouse that would accept them, where they're shot on the farm but can still be dressed in the slaughterhouse and go into the human food chain. Recognise the point on the very small numbers and what that does around percentages and things like that. Possibly because we've got staff capturing, that they've got better at capturing data. They're more diligent in capturing data and making these records, but year on year that might see some increases. On our other stakeholders, and the RSPCA and Red Tractor were mentioned, we're in certain different forums with them discussing things. We do have to be careful in what we disclose, because our data relates to all of the livestock that is slaughtered for human consumption. Not everybody would be a member of any of the assurance schemes, so we've got to be careful what data we share and what sharing data with Red Tractor on everybody. Everybody isn't a member. So we've got discussions in place on that, and we could target them in some areas if we've got data sharing agreements in place, but we have to be very careful on sharing the data widely. We've got open and transparent data on all of our animal welfare statistics that they can tap into, but obviously with the sensitivities and the confidentialities removed. On the small abattoirs, well, I also carry the portfolio for that for operations, and we're well aware of the issues that they face, not just in animal welfare and the services that they provide in local rural communities, but all of the other issues that they face in that sector and the challenges that they face. And yeah, we've really increased our discussions with that sector in the last 12 to 18 months.
Very good, thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop this there. Thank you so much to you and the team, and yeah, we'll look forward to hearing some of those extra bits of information shortly. And thank you. Bye bye. So sorry, we're running a tiny bit behind time, but I hope we'll make that up. I'm going to now welcome to the table Noel Sykes, who's our Head of Standards and Reward, and Jenny DeSera, who's the Head of Knowledge, Information Management and Security. And they're going to present to us another of our annual papers. This is a really important one. It's our annual Freedom of Information requests, complaints, whistleblowing. It's about how we manage things which go wrong or which might go wrong, and the processes and procedures that underpin that. It's important we have this paper, which is really part of us being an open and transparent organisation, and recognising how we respond when these opportunities occur. So it's really about us learning, and I think the board's scrutiny over this is important to ensure that we are learning the lessons, and it gives us a great opportunity to sort of reflect as an organisation. Jenny, I think you're going to kick us off from this probably, are you?
Thank you, Chair, and good
Thanks.
afternoon. I'd like to just highlight a few points from the paper. I'm especially pleased to note that we've continued to achieve a high level of compliance with our statutory obligations as we have over the last few years. As the paper shows, we've continued to deal with a broad range of topics in terms of freedom of information requests across the FOI portfolio. And we have in the paper actually broken those down into subject areas for the board to see. Over the last year, we've continued to improve processes. We've implemented a new case management system, and that means that we've got better analysis of the insights that we're getting from freedom of information requests and freedom of information data. We've also ensured that freedom of information training is a key part of all the training in new staff induction and new line manager induction, to make sure that staff are aware of how important this process is, which really facilitates collaboration between my team and the information owner when dealing with requests. Thank you. I'll pass over to Noel now.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Chair, for the kind introduction. I'll just say a few words on the two areas that fall within my portfolio, starting with external complaints. As the report shows, we've continued to use to really good effect our business as usual response process in handling a complaint. And why this is important is because the complainant gets the fastest response they can from as close to the point of local delivery possible, and we're absolutely committed to maintaining that as our approach. The report captures the important aspect of complaint handling, which is really about listening and learning as an organisation and improving as an organisation. I was especially pleased to note that this year, from an internal audit perspective, a review of our complaint management processes returned a substantial assurance statement. Just moving on to internal whistleblowing. Again, the report provides case overview and examples of where we've learnt from these. I note, again, I'm particularly pleased to note that this year, from within the People Survey results, we returned an 80% confidence score in terms of people feeling that if they were to raise a concern under the Civil Service Code, they would have confidence that it would be dealt with properly in this organisation. And just to close, if I may, Chair, before I come back to you, I was pleased that the FSA has been accepted as a member of a recently established cross-government group established by the Cabinet Office with its objective of reviewing the two reports, which both of which are linked in the paper, one from the NAO, the other from the PAC. And it represents a valuable opportunity for the FSA to not only contribute to the narrative, but also to learn from what's happening, best practice across government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thanks to your teams for all the work on this. Though I kind of say that recognising that you set the framework, but actually doing well in this area really hinges on everybody in the FSA working well, and it does need real commitment across all the directorates if we're going to bring these policies and practice to life and really build it into the way we work as an organisation. Comments, specific comments from the board, either on the questions we've been asked or more generally. Oh, Margaret, there you go. Break the ice.
Firstly, it's lovely to see Jenny and Noel in person. And secondly, Jenny, so a tiny thing, who sends the FOI requests? What percentage, for example, comes from the media or the public or politicians? Is there a breakdown of that?
It's quite hard to do that because obviously one of the things with freedom of information is you don't have to identify who you are because it's request blind. So obviously people can just use an email address. But I would say, and if we had a request from a minister, it would come through a slightly different channel and be recognised and handled in a different way. But out of the ones that we get, I would say it's probably split between people who have a particular interest in the FSA, whether from industry or stakeholder, and then we do get a lot of requests from organisations in terms of our procurement and our finance, which is, although I don't want to draw conclusions, but I would say that was probably in the way of seeing if they could secure business with us. So that's the those are the two broad groups I would think make requests.
It's a sort of qualitative flavour, which is quite interesting actually, and not necessarily what we might have expected, so thank you. Gosh, well, I think there are no more questions to that. It really speaks to a very clear paper, great progress, all moving in the right direction. I think very supportive of the work you've set out to try to do. And of course, BDG, our business group, are really working quite hard on this as well. And it looks like there's a solid plan there. And yeah, keep on keeping on with good work. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you especially for getting us back onto my timetable. Totally. Thank you. So, Nathan Barnhouse, Director for the FSA in Wales, coming to the table rather quicker than he might have expected. But welcome, Nathan. This is our opportunity to hear what's been going on from the office in Wales, really. We've obviously heard quite a bit about conversations at WFAC over the course of today's meeting, but this is your annual report on what the Welsh office have been up to, so welcome.
Prynhawn da, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a quick introduction to the Director of Wales paper. I wanted to start by acknowledging and being proud of the engagement we undertake in Wales. Across the office, we do a range of strategic and operational engagement with local authorities, businesses, academia, ministers and other stakeholders. The Chair referred to our engagement over the summer, including the Royal Welsh Show, and I'd like to highlight other work, such as our close working with local authorities and shellfish harvesters in North Wales on the issues for the industry up there. There were 4 questions relating to this paper and engagement with local authorities in Wales, which we will answer fully. However, it should go without saying that we're committed to the collaboration agreement in Wales, which we co-developed with local authorities, Welsh Government and Welsh Local Government Association. And this includes working with local authorities to consider an enhanced system of registration, which links to earlier board discussions today. Over this last year, I have focused on increasing the amount the team in Wales is embedded in work across the FSA, which means we can bring that work much closer to our colleagues and stakeholders in Wales. I've also sought to bring the FSA's work directly to stakeholders in Wales, which involves forming new relationships outside of the Wales team. Operating as one FSA means that we consider our work across the 3 nations, whilst our role in Wales means that the Welsh context is part of our thinking. This paper looks back at our work and also looks forward to the next year. In addition to our usual work, over the coming year, we look forward to supporting the Welsh Government's agenda where we have evidence, expertise or work that can be of use to them. The publication of Food Matters Wales was a key moment this summer, and the Chair was able to have a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary and Deputy First Minister about this in the Royal Welsh Show. In the background, we've been able to secure a seat at the officials' working group on this. We also look forward to building on the relationship the Chair and the Board Member for Wales established with the Future Generations Commissioner, where we can share our work and evidence where we have shared interests. Finally, we are planning a range of stakeholder engagements over the coming months, and specifically a series of discussions between the Chair and Ministers and members of the Senedd linked to the publication of our annual report. And the Chair is also participating in the Welsh Government's Blas Cymru Taste Wales event in October in Llandudno. And finally, Chair, if I may, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my team in Wales for their professionalism and dedication, and the Board Member for Wales for her work with us. I'm moving across to look after Regulatory Compliance Division later this month, and although this is temporary, and I'm looking forward to that work, I shall miss this role in Wales. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. I was going to announce that later, but you've beaten me to it. So yes, Nathan will be replacing Rebecca Kirk, who we spoke to earlier today, and that's great for us because I know you've been working on that programme anyway from Wales, so that's helpful. Just to reassure people, I know that the recruitment campaign for Nathan's replacement is not only underway, but is we trust nearing completion. So we hope to be able to make an announcement about that before too long. So anyway, after those details, let's focus on the paper. I'd really echo your comments about engagement. I know some of the questions had sort of reflected that they wanted to see more. We would always like to do more, but I feel like I am better connected into Wales over the last year than I have been previously, and that's partly just time and me building those relationships. But it also, I think, reflects a degree of greater proactivity on behalf of the office, particularly around the Royal Welsh Show, which was 2 days of extraordinary engagement, not just in those formal meetings, but just at informal receptions and those sort of rather more ad hoc conversations. So looking forward, I would agree with you. I think the work Food Matters gives us a real opportunity to think about what is it that the Welsh Government is looking to the FSA to work with them on. And so I think that's going to be an important group. It's obviously only just starting up. And then the Future Generations Commissioner as well, I think gives us real opportunities in our healthier and more sustainable space, because that absolutely overlaps with his mission. When we met at the Royal Welsh Show, I think he was very receptive to the idea of working with others and tapping into some of the technical expertise we have on food in the FSA. So I think, personally, what I see of the office in Wales is I think we're actually well positioned. But yeah, comments from others who are less close. Rhian, do you want to comment from your perspective as our board member?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nathan. Diolch yn fawr I chi. Yeah, you've sort of said it all really, so it's a great summary of the year, and so well done to the whole team. I think what comes across for me is that our team that's in Wales and looking out for Wales is involved in a lot of the FSA programmes of work. Not everything, but I can see the involvement. It really comes through in the report, and that in and of itself is really important. We'll make great progress in some parts of those agendas. Other parts are challenging, that's just the job, but I think to see it all out on the page is a testament, so well done you. The Food Matters Wales, so there were some questions to us as a board about the report, wanting to see more of the strategic side to reflecting the strategy in Wales, and I think maybe we need to make a bit more of the Food Matters Wales document, because that sets out what Welsh Government do in the policy area when it comes to food. We've got that in one hand, and we've got the FSA strategy in the other. So we perhaps, next time around, the annual report, maybe we'll put that right up front, and we'll say we have our strategies in hand, and speak to those, as well as telling everybody about the operational stuff. But that's just a format and presentation thing, I think. In the report, I think particularly it's important to note the work that the team do around conveying through the medium of Welsh. I don't think we can underestimate how valuable that is in Wales, and it is unique, not quite unique, it is unique to us in Wales. And so and I know it's award winning, so we should shout about that. And I agree with Susan, you know this as well, Nathan, that we can only do more in the way of engagement with our stakeholders, and we said earlier in this board meeting, we're all committed to that, and I'll do what I can to support your successor in trying to keep on building. I think that's it.
Okay.
Go on. No. I was only going to say, in terms of the forward look piece, that feels sort of quite strategic to me. And so, the task in hand is just to keep Wales in all the conversations as discussed earlier on. But thank you. And so just to add my thanks for all your work. I mean, you've been there for 5 years, is that right, in the role? And have left tremendous building blocks for the next person to pick up the baton. And I look forward to working with them and seeing you in a new capacity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I do think it would be helpful for us to focus on the future priorities, on the forward look. As Rhian said, this is admirably strategic. That's right for an annual update. But I think it is quite important that we really think tangibly. Okay, underneath that, what does this actually mean? And I'd be interested if there are maybe 1 or 2 examples of things that are really, underway or about to kick off. I think that would be helpful to hear. Are there other comments from others or things that you would particularly like to see the office in Wales focusing on? Gosh, so Nathan, why don't you give us a couple of tangible examples, and then we'll let you go and get on with them.
Diolch, thank you. I think one really relevant one to talk about just at the moment is some work we're doing with the Welsh Government team looking at how they can tackle products high in fats, salts and sugars. Really proud that during that work we were first able to flag the work we've done in Northern Ireland. The nutrition team there have done an awful lot of work, and we were able to bring those kind of bits of work together, but also in supporting their evidence gathering and linking it to other work we've been doing in things like caffeine, because once you start building this model of how you might tackle these issues, it rapidly expands to cover things that we're doing in other areas. So it is fledgling. The Welsh Government are working through that process at the moment, and we're very happy to be involved in the work, and more will come from that work over the next few months.
Good, thank you. Katie, or indeed Anjali, as our Director for Wales, is there anything you wanted to add before we close this point?
I don't think so. I think we continue to strengthen the relationships we have with Welsh Government, and as Nathan set out, we've got our priorities out very clearly, and hopefully I'll be able to announce very soon Nathan's successor.
Okay, in which case we'll let you go. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, we'll see you back again at the board table before a year, actually, because we're bound. In fact, I think we probably got Bex to commit to something relatively soon. So, all right, bye-bye. So moving on then from that, we're now into two very short items, which really are just for information. We have two standing committees, ARAC and the Business Committee, and roughly half the board members sit on each. And so the chairs of each are going to give us a quick summary of the sort of substantive items that came out of those meetings. So I think we've got ARAC is first up. So Anthony, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we have the IRAC annual report. The report is a summary of the work undertaken by IRAC committee during 23-24. I've chaired the committee from the 1st of January this year, and my thanks to Tim, who chaired it before that up until the point where he was appointed as our deputy chair. My thanks also to board colleagues who sit on the committee for all the work that they've put into it as well, and for attending each meeting. I'd like to thank our internal, external audit colleagues for the work that they've done. And basically, we held 6 meetings during the period of the report, slightly more than normal, simply because there was a delay in getting the annual accounts through, and we had to put in a few extra meetings in order to do that. We covered a wide range of internal audits, regulatory audits, deep dives, and we looked at some key areas of risks, and of course we did our annual accounts, as I've said. We carried out our annual board effectiveness review, which was good, and we've just carried out the next one and reported on it in September, which was an improvement again. So we're certainly moving in the right direction. We've had a number of changes in membership, and that's just reflects the way the board have been moving recently. But overall, I'm very happy that we have sufficient and comprehensive work undertaken both by IRAC, internal audit and external audit, to give good reassurance on our control and governance arrangements. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and I'm hugely grateful, well, to you and all the board members who sit on ARAC. I've sat in on a couple of these meetings, and you know there is an enormous amount of paperwork, and it's at a very technical, detailed level. I also have to say I'm hugely impressed with the work that Ruth and her team do in pulling all of that together, which I think has really gone up a gear. You know, I hear nothing other than positive feedback from ARAC members about the clarity of the papers. So yeah, well done, everyone. Okay, comments from either from ARAC members or for those who don't sit on ARAC and want to know more about what's going on? Okay, I'm going to move on. This is mostly... Oh, you've got your next bit. You've done your annual report. You've got a second part, haven't you? Oh.
Yes, I'm not getting an easy afternoon there. Yes, the second part was the September IRAC update. Can I just say we took the opportunity at the start of the meeting to pass on our condolences in respect of Freedom Pende, who is our deputy head of internal audit, who passed away a few weeks before that. So again, just to reflect that at this meeting. The report, it contains all the information you need. We had a wide-ranging discussion, mainly about the draft annual accounts, counter-fraud report, the official controls contract being replaced. We had a discussion on where it was going and what was happening, and the board effectiveness. But again, my thanks particularly to Ruth and to Ed for the work that they've done in getting the draft accounts done in a quick time, and passing it on then to the NAO for their work, and hopefully that'll be cleared so that we're hopefully on track to get our accounts led before Christmas this year.
Just to say, it wasn't anything on our part that meant they weren't last year, so yeah. Okay. I think this is just for information, and so I'm going to say thank you and move on to the Business Committee, and that's chaired by Tim.
Thank you very much indeed. And this is principally the report of the 9th of September, which was only just over a week ago. And I have to reflect something that's just been said in the fact that Ruth supports Business Committee and her team, and the performance report has been hugely helpful in both being concise, directed, and enabling us to scrutinise performance. And so a big thank you for all the work that goes behind that. I'm still relatively early days in my role as chair, and we're still evolving how we can get the best out of the business committee to inform ARAC if necessary, and also to report to the board. And I will be looking at the nature and format of the report so that we can perhaps have more cause and consequence reflected in how we describe it, so that allows members around the table to really get into areas where they think there's things of importance to them. I wanted to pick on two areas particularly, but rather cleverly I managed to sort of fit those into earlier bits of the conversation around local authority performance. So I won't repeat that, and that will be minuted within the local authority performance item earlier, and also a little bit about science metrics. And I will just say a little bit more about that we wanted to understand better that the metrics were telling us something meaningful about the value of the science. And that related to a comment I made earlier about the science being applied in its use. And obviously we use science evidence across a range of areas. So I think we want to look at that in a little more detail as we go. A few mentions of dispatches, I think, just quickly around the official vets. Great progress, I think, has been made in what has been quite a difficult area to navigate, and we were comfortable with where we've got to, and that's very much thanks to Junior and his team. And I think also when we looked at financial performance, which again has been a difficult tanker to get into quite a small dock, that has progressed well under the scrutiny of the performance report. So we're comfortable in that regard as well. Quite a lot of detail in behind the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Any comments or questions from people who weren't on the committee? Yeah, Margaret.
Yeah, just a couple of things. The Chief Exec's reports to the Business Committee is completely and utterly fascinating. And it begins with lists of incidents. And I've said this before, I'm meant to be the board person responsible for incidents. So I get it quite late, the stuff on incidents. And I just wondered whether we could perhaps, when you release your report to the Business Committee, all board members might be able to see it, even if we're not part of the discussion, because it's a public paper, it's public here, we can see it here. So I think that's quite important. And then, because we all need to scrutinise on that, in particular on ARAC, we need to scrutinise if there are incidents on that. And then the same applies in a way to delivery of official controls. I'm assuming you're doing that from a performance side of things, but we at ARAC are under obligation to scrutinise sensitive projects like that, especially where there are contracts involved. So making sure there's no duplication on that.
So I would suggest that both of those points Tim is doing the the annual governance review, and I know he's just about to kick off those interviews with board members. So I suggest we pick up both of those points in that and think about it when we get to our governance paper in December.
But there shouldn't surely be a problem with us seeing.
There isn't, but it's literally a week's delay, Margaret, and the question is whether you getting that report 1 week earlier, which then is really worth it. So, yeah.
I think on the specific point you make about incidents, so Margaret, I would be worried if you weren't getting that information through your conversations with the team anyway, and if you're not, maybe we can have a conversation offline about improving that.
I definitely don't bother the team as often as once a week or once every 2 weeks.
But we don't get these reports. This is a quarterly report. So anyway, let's pick up I think the incidents point, absolutely we should pick up specifically, and then the wider question of when papers are made available, let's pick up as part of the governance review. Yep. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much indeed. And on to the reports from the chairs of the Food Advisory Committees. And we've heard quite a bit from both of them over the course of the morning. But Rhian, anything further to add from Wales?
Not a lot, you'll be pleased to know, Chair. But just to mention for WFAC, we have 2 committee membership places on WFAC that we would like to advertise to recruit into as soon as possible, subject to approval. So that's coming down the track. So it gives us a chance to supplement the skills on that committee with individuals with different backgrounds. I'm very much looking forward to supporting Susan to develop our relationship with the Minister for Mental Health and Early Years and also the Future Generations Commissioner. We've mentioned her and him, respectively, several times during the meeting. Those are both really important relationships to develop in the near future. I have promoted, so on the science agenda, I have promoted our call for applications widely through the sort of networks that I'm involved with in Wales for applicants to join our Science Council, our SACs, our joint expert groups, to really get Wales representation boosted a little bit. So that we can be part of all of these really exciting activities. And then finally, Nathan touched on it in his report, but we did make a visit in August to local authority colleagues in Gwynedd and Anglesey to talk about the challenges of shellfish monitoring. So Susan, myself, Nathan and the team members went up there and it was really valuable, to listen to local authority officers and the very practical daily challenges involved in that part of our food system. And we also visited the Marine Centre Wales in Bangor University, and we also met with representatives of food business operators in shellfish and really heard it from them, and it was really compelling, wasn't it? So we've picked up a lot of information about sampling of water quality in the Menai and the classification of the shellfish beds there, which I know is being turned over internally in the FSA to see what we can do to support that part of our industry, because I was quite shocked, I think you were too, Susan, at how that industry has diminished in terms of employment of people in our area of Wales, and we want to do what we can to support that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I'd echo that, those comments about that visit. It was extremely helpful and very thought-provoking. Any questions for Rhian? If not, Anthony, NIFAC committee.
Thank you. In terms of NIFAC, our 3 new members are settling in well, and we're developing a good rapport with the whole team. We had our meeting last week which discussed these papers, and I've hopefully fed back the views that were discussed there. Our next meeting is a themed meeting on local authorities, as I mentioned this morning, so I think there will be an opportunity to interact. We have a science conference that's happening on the 7th of October, and we've invited Robin along. Sorry, that's Northern Ireland is having that, so I think it would be good if we could be there and represented. And we continue to align our agendas with WFAC so that we're trying as much as possible to cover the same sorts of areas, to give different perspectives on the same issue, but from the 2 regional nations. So other than that, nothing else to add.
Thank you. It's good just to be reminded that both NIFAC and WFAC are, I know for some while it's been in our schedule to have this themed meeting on local authorities, and as it happens, it's landed at quite a timely moment. I am struck by, once again, by the fact that, of course, we don't have a similar body in England. I think it would be worth considering and talking with officials about any briefings or materials that are prepared to support those conversations in Wales and in Northern Ireland, whether we find some way of making those available to interested parties in England. I don't exactly know how that might play out, but I think it's worth us just giving a little bit of thought, maybe as part of this work that we talked about earlier today about really ramping up our engagement. Anthony.
Sorry, I was going to say our themed meetings are open meetings if people want to join in, and if they're recorded, people perhaps could watch afterwards as well.
And they're online, are they?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we could think about doing a one-off online thing. Anyway, let's take it away, think about it in a more measured way rather than me spawning 101 ideas, which may or may not be good ones. So let's pause there. David.
Would you forgive me if I introduce a lighter note at this stage? We covered some very serious stuff today, but I was just teasing Anthony that we've just passed a law making Irish Gaelic and Ulster Scots official languages in Northern Ireland. And I was wondering when we'd get reports from him in all 3 languages. You can get them in 1.5.
Good. So on that note really brings us to the end of our formal business on the agenda today. I just want to check that there aren't any other items that have popped up during the course of events that people think we haven't covered. We've actually had some really quite important and in-depth conversations today. Thank you to board members for your engagement, for your reading of the papers. It's clear that lots of people have put in a lot of preparation, a lot of thought into this, and I look forward to seeing how particularly the ABC work and the precautionary allergen labelling stuff develops. We'll keep the board updated over the coming months, and of course report back formally at the next board meeting. So the next meeting will be in December. We will be in London, and I look forward to seeing most of our colleagues there. Justin and Hayley, of course, won't be, and we wish them well, and hope they have something even better to do on that day in their new jobs. But for the meantime, thank you again, and safe travels home, everybody. Oh, no, wait a minute. We haven't had questions. Sorry, I've completely forgotten. I was just about to end. So thank you. Thank yous remain. But I know we have got some observers who've been very patiently sitting through the conversations today. And this is your moment if there are any questions that you wanted to ask the board. And, yes, we have got a question. If I could ask you, firstly, to introduce your name, any organisation you may be representing, or perhaps you're a private individual, and really to, try to frame it as a specific question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Marika Graham-Woods. I represent the Cannabis Trades Association, and CBD is one of the foodstuffs going through the novel food process at the moment. I came today to actually meet members of the boards in person, firstly because I think that anything related to cannabis, you might think I was a beardy weirdy or something, which I am not. Secondly, some of you I have met before, and I'm delighted to meet more of you now. I'm very heartened to hear of the developments of the FSA over the last 18 months, particularly with the novel food process, but I'm here to make a representation to this board on behalf of the CBD sector. The CTA has posed industry questions to the ACNFP today for their meeting, and could this board ensure that these questions are answered promptly, please? And that's that one. The novel food process over the past 5 years for CBD has resulted in 0 approved consumer CBD products, and the shrinkage of 40% of the sector, which was to be valued at £2.2 billion today, prior to the process starting. Is the role of a government body to stifle industry? How has the glacial novel food process protected consumers from substandard and harmful unregulated CBD products, supported consumer choice, or helped to build a regulated CBD industry? We all stand here and want to be a regulated industry. It is becoming very difficult to do that when there are rogues forcing good regulated companies out of business through their own actions. So I'm here part pleading to find a way for us to move CBD products through the process quickly. Finally, all of our members want to be regulated. Their businesses are suffering. And we're here on behalf of the industry with the offer to help the FSA and the ANCF process, because it is in our interest and that of consumers for us to do so. I thank you for your time. Part of it wasn't a question, I understand, but if I could, with your indulgence, write to the board or members of the board on these matters, it would be a very great help. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you very much. And, it's really helpful for us to get this feedback. I think it probably would be sensible to suggest that you write and just you can send that to me as the chair, and that will then initiate some formal correspondence, and we'll give you a written reply. I'm going to ask Robin and or Rick to comment on the process for questions to ACNFP, because to be honest, I'm not exactly clear what their system for answering questions is. But on this wider question about regulation, our job is first and foremost to protect consumer safety. With CBD, my predecessor, predates me, recognised we were in a very, very difficult position because there was a completely unregulated industry which was growing all the time. I wish we could have overnight brought the industry into compliance so that, as you say, the responsible businesses could thrive and the irresponsible ones could be squeezed out. But this process has taken time. I will be absolutely honest, it's taken longer certainly than I could have ever imagined, and I think probably longer than was thought at the start. It's been very complex, and you've probably followed the process. We are making good progress now. We've obviously had the first few risk assessments published, and I think, I can ask Rebecca to comment in a moment, I think we're on track now with the timetable we'd previously set out. I really understand the frustration, but I think we have got to take the long-term view that the only way to protect people is actually to get this framework right. And I therefore don't apologise for taking time to sort of do it carefully. So let me, Rebecca, do you want to say anything more about the process? And then we'll do the ACNFP question.
Yes, happy to. And Susan, as you've said, we've in fact, over the years, we have provided regular updates to the board on this issue because CBD has been a large part of our market authorisations caseload. We have regularly set out our estimated earliest dates at which we might make a recommendation to ministers, and we are on track with those dates, and we've said that we do anticipate doing that in the first part of next year. However, we've also noted that there are a number of dependencies, including with a Home Office approach on the presence of THC. So we're working through these issues, as Susan says. Our primary role is to ensure safety. It is our job to take authorisations and move them through, and very grateful for your comments about the industry's desire to work with us to come into compliance.
I think the final thing I'd say, as well as approving the good ones, I think the fact of creating the public list has taken some off the market, and if that has squeezed the size of the industry, then I make no apology for that, because actually if they're not prepared to submit the dossiers, then they shouldn't be there. So I think it's developing these things is often a painful process, but I think the end will be worth the the challenges we have now. At least that's our hope. Mm. Robin, do you want to do just the ACNFP question?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much. So there are three quick points, I think. So in terms of a specific application, so if an applicant has applied through the market authorisations process, there will be a to-ing and fro-ing with the regulatory committee about questions of science, and we welcome that. That's part of the process. If there is a broader question around process or around the field as a whole, absolutely, we equally welcome that. You can write either directly to me or to the chair of the committee offering that, and we have published guidelines on what quality of evidence we'll accept across that. And I think the third point I would make is that we really welcome a sort of industry-wide approach, such as the one you're taking. It is massively in everyone's interest, I would say, to work together on this and not to have 500 different submissions that all say the same thing. So yes, very keen to keep up that dialogue, and thanks for the work you're doing to try and help us work through this very extensive caseload, as Rebecca mentioned.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? In which case, I will, for the second time today, say thank you very much for your attention today. Safe travels home, and look forward to seeing you in London in December, if not before. Thank you very much.